In 1990, there were a number of sports events that the result went against what I had predicted. I remember Diego Maradona driving through the heart of the Brazil defense before laying off that pass to Canija that beat Brazil 1-0, the goal coming in the 81st minute. I remember the serve and volley masterclass from Stefan Edberg that beat Boris Becker 3-1 at Wimbledon. I also remember the dubious penalty given to England to beat Cameroon in that World Cup match. But one thing that happened in 1990 that brought joy to my heart was on the 11th of February. It was a Sunday. I was sitting in Mills Halls at Micah College. It's now Micah University. And I watched Nelson Mandela walk free from prison sometime in the morning. I don't quite remember the time. They were taught that he was going to wear bulletproof jackets while he left prison for the first time in 27 years. But he came out without any bulletproof jacket. 4 years later, in 1994, he became the president of South Africa. 30 years on, South Africa is in the final of the Cricket World Cup. On the other hand, India have dotted every I. They have crossed every T. They have used their financial muscle and their influence in the game to ensure that the scheduling and the fixtures go the way they want it. They have left no stone unturned to win this T20 Cricket World Cup. Since 2011, they have been trying. This is their third final this year. And maybe it's the third time lucky for India. I have invited Dwight Chattu here this morning to help me to preview the final. I'll be joined later by Basil Butcher. But at this time, I want to welcome Dwight Chattu to the show. Good morning, Dwight, and welcome to the show.
Hey, morning, Carlton. How you doing? Morning to all your listeners all across the world. It's really, really nice to be here this morning.
Yes, Dwight, I want to welcome you, and I want to welcome all the listeners and all the viewers, and I'm glad that you are here as we take you through the final of this T20 Cricket World Cup. Dwight, it is not the final that we wanted. We want to see West Indies in this final. Nonetheless, there's a final that is going on, and we have to bring it to the audience live. Dwight, in the next 5 minutes or so, please just tell us how you see this World Cup and what you expect in the finals.
Okay. Carlton, I believe you're right. You know where I stood before the World Cup. It's not the finals that we both wanted. We wanted to see the West Indies in this finals. It wasn't to be. But I think it's a worthy final nonetheless. I personally believe that this is a final that has put together what have been the two best teams in the World Cup so far, whether or not we like to admit it. I mean, what we have really are two undefeated teams, two unbeaten teams, but also two battle-hardened teams. South Africa has gone through this World Cup through all their tight matches as they're riding as a team that's very battle-hardened, a team that's very, very determined. And you get the sense that in this World Cup, they're determined to shake that tag of being chokers from their back. At the same point in time, South Africa has been a team of skill and a team that has shown themselves to be very, very adaptable to conditions. We have seen them win close matches on poor surfaces where the scores have been low, and we have seen them explode out of there. We've seen them explode into a bunch of runs and have literally stifled their opponents and demolished their opponents. So South Africa, Australia, India has shown that side to them as well. So I am expecting this World Cup to be a fantastic game. I personally believe that it's very, very important for South Africa to play the game in their style, for South Africa to keep this game tight and close, to use their bowling to try to stifle the Indians. While for India, you'd want to think that they'd want to break out of the shackles and they'd want to set a very, very high total, put a very high total on the board and make it almost impossible for South Africa to figure in the game. So I'm expecting a whole lot from this game.
So who are you picking to win this final? As we welcome Basil, we'll be coming to you soon, Basil. Coming to you because we know that both of you gentlemen want to go and watch the match. So I'll come to you very soon, Basil. Dwight, if you had won the toss, would you have batted like Rohit Sharma? And who are you picking to win this match?
I definitely would have batted. I mean, South Africa has shown that they can bring their spinners into the game. You don't want to see what we have seen on a bunch of surfaces across the Caribbean, that as the game has gone on, the spinners have a greater chance of coming into the game by batting first. They have taken that away from the South Africans. And also, India has been very, very good at setting totals from the games that we have seen. They were good at setting a total for England. They were good at setting a total for Australia. They have been good at setting a total for Bang. In fact, the last 4 games, they've basically set totals on the table, which have been very, very difficult for their opponents to get across. So I expect India to win this encounter. That's my pick for the finals.
Thank you very much, Dwight. Happy that you could come and join us. I will allow you now to go and enjoy the match in the comfort of your living room or your family. Have a great one, sir.
All right, cool, no problem.
Thank you very much. Basil, welcome to the show, man. Happy that you could have joined us. Basil, you would have heard that India would have won the toss and decided to bat first.
Mhm.
Would you have done the same thing, Basil, and just tell us how you think this match will go and just your overall assessment of the World Cup as we are 12 minutes away from the start of the final?
I mean, I'm not surprised that India would win the toss and bat first. They've shown that throughout the World Cup, they have been a team that have been able to defend their runs, right? So look what happened in Guyana. They batted first there. They won the toss, batted first in Guyana the last game. So that's not a surprise from them. They have been doing well throughout the World Cup. If you look at most of their matches, they batted first and they defended the runs, and they're unbeaten. So therefore, they want to keep going. They want to keep going to that well. So I'm not surprised. The World Cup overall, one of the legacies of this World Cup one of the legacies would be the pitches, and more so not so much the pitches in New York, because the New York situation, the logistics and the time of the year, I don't know if they could have done something different. I'm not a pitch expert, but in the Caribbean is where the angst will come from, because we were told about all these ICC people, the curators, the people coming around to all the regions, territories, and the recommendations made, pitches to be relayed, etc. And my first thought was, great, ICC standards. So therefore, we're gonna one of the legacy, because that has been a great complaint in the Caribbean for many years about the quality of pitches that coming out of the World Cup. We will have much better pitches, but it seems like it's actually went in the other direction. So that's something that has to be cleared up. The other thing is the whole structure of the World Cup, how it so favored India. And those are questions that people will continue to ask about the control of the ICC by the BCCI, how everything seemed to be set up nicely for India. So those are two things, the scheduling of the games and so on. I know they say it's all about the money and so on and so forth. And then on the other hand, they complain they don't have a large crowd. And anybody would know, for the most part, you're going to play a game at 10:30 in the morning in the Caribbean, a T20 game. It's highly unlikely you're going to get a large crowd. So those are some of the things. The play, one of the things I liked in the tournament was that, despite the wickets and so on, I like that batters had to go into their bag of tools and really play with technique that is, be able to play the game in the way cricket's supposed to be, a battle between bat and ball, not what we've been seeing in T20, where guys could just stand and deliver, and guys who are not even that good could be hitting some of the best bowlers in the world to all parts. This time you had to really put on your thinking cap as a batter and understand how to negotiate all variant situations with your technical skills.
Basil, you mentioned the pitch there. Do you think, hindsight is 2020, do you think that it would have been best if we had do not bring in these experts and just allow our curators to do their regular thing? Do you think we'd have gotten better surfaces?
You see, one of the questions we gotta ask, the best surface was in St. Lucia. That guy is the CWI pitch expert that goes around the Caribbean, and he has been in that position for years. The question we have to ask, he's able to produce the best pitch in the Caribbean in St. Lucia, but he's not been able to do the same going to the various territories to make sure that, to get the pitches up to scratch. So we have to question his expertise in terms of the advice that he's taken to the various territories, because clearly St. Lucia is the best pitch in the Caribbean.
Basil, is it then as to do with the soil, and then the soil in St. Lucia is different, and he would have grown up using the St. Lucia soil, but when he goes to the other country, he's not used to that soil, and he probably not getting the right mixture, the right texture?
Well, that could be a factor. Somebody, I spoke to a person a couple of days ago who is a soil expert, studied agriculture, so he's a scientist. So, and he went into great detail and explained it to me, and he had done work with the past ICC pitch expert, a guy named Atkinson. He was explaining to me some details about pitch preparation that we, the lay person, would never even think about. And one of the interesting things he spoke about is the size of the roller. And what he was saying, the diameter of the roller is a very important thing. So we're talking about those kind of rollers that we see when, the building, constructing roads and so on. Because he says the smaller roller, this is just one example he was saying to me, you end up rolling the pitch for prolonged periods, which means you're killing the grass. But with that size of roller with a big diameter, you don't have to roll as long, so the grass stays alive, and you really can roll every square inch of the pitch because of the size of the roller. So you get more consistent bounce and so on.
All right, Basil. This match is starting 8 o'clock in India, 8 o'clock in the night in India.
Mm-hmm.
If the matches were being played when, like, this semi-final between Afghanistan and South Africa, that semi-final started 6 a.m. in the morning in India.
Mm-hmm.
If India matches were being played 8:30 at night in the West Indies, in the Eastern Caribbean, and starting 6 a.m. in the morning in India, don't you think they would have gotten the best of both worlds? Because I think that matches starting at 8 p.m. in India in the night, by the start of the second innings, half of those fans will be sleeping. And if those matches were starting early morning, and you and I know how we love to watch cricket early in the morning, we love to wake up early in the morning and watch cricket.
Mm-hmm.
If this match, for example, was starting 8:30 tonight in Barbados, it would have been 6 a.m. in the morning in India.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't they be getting the best of both worlds? Because they will get full stadiums and they will get Indians watching these matches.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the final should have been in the evening. I really think so, because here it's a Sunday morning. It's not a work day in India, so people would be apt to watch the game. and you would have had a full packed house. I mean, you will still get a full a packed house because it's a final. But yeah,
Yes.
I think they claim, I mean, a lot of the sponsors, I mean, some of the title sponsors or so on are Indian brands and the large audience in India, so the TV rights and so on, so they placate to that,
Yes.
So.
And the Indians are swamp Barbados. I remember that when I was there last week, this time, there were so many Indians coming in. It's like they expected then that this is where the finals is going to play and India is going to make the final. There was no doubt in their mind. And so while this is really good for the Barbados economy, as we saw Mayor Matley and Chris Gale brought out the trophy just now. So who are you expecting to win this match, Basil?
I am picking I picked South Africa before the World Cup started, so I'm sticking with my pick. I think South Africa, we have not seen the full machine of South Africa yet in this World Cup for obvious reasons. They played on some of the most non-batting friendly pitches for the entire World Cup. They probably, the best pitch they probably played on was in Antigua. That wasn't a bad pitch, I would say. But for the most part, so for them, what we saw happen is that their batters have not really been able to get into a rhythm because of the surfaces they've played on. And the one thing I liked about South Africa throughout the tournament is that they have won these games as a team. They use every player now on that team that have played has contributed to them winning. Every single player on that team has contributed to them winning.
We remember when as we approach 2 minutes before the start of the play, and I know you want to go and watch the match. Remember when this South Africa squad was named, and only one player of color was named in the squad, and there was a pushback from the majority of Africans in South Africa, well, you call it colored or black South Africans.
Right.
The coach came out and said that he's picking a team to win the World Cup. He's not picking a team based on the quota system.
Right.
We saw where, for the first time in 30 years, that the African National Congress did not win 50% of the votes in South Africa. Do you think this quota system is on its way out in South Africa? And did you think they did the right thing by picking the best team?
I agree about them picking the best team. Because, to think South Africa after the West Indies is my second team I follow in world cricket. And I think they did the best thing. You want to pick the best team. And I'll tell you this. Those who were talking about in South Africa that probably were complaining about one black African, I mean, they still got this colonial racial strata, because anybody can tell me that Bartman is not a black man, I would tell them they're an idiot, right? So Bartman is seen as colored. He's not a black man. Even I'll tell you this, Sir Carlton, if I go to South Africa, I would be classified as a color just because of the texture of my hair, and I'm a black man, right?
Yes.
So, but I bet you all of those people who were complaining are no longer complaining, because it's for the first time in the history South Africa is in an ICC final.
Yes. Basil, your final comment before you go. I want to thank you very much for being here. Just give us your final comment, sir.
I'm hoping for a keen contest. I don't want this to be an anticlimax. I want to see a game that is contested all the way down to the wire. Even though I'm rooting for South Africa.
Thank you very much, and have a good one, Basil.
All right. Thank you, Carlton.
Yeah, man, you're welcome. And as we welcome Andre, good morning. Andre will be here with us on live commentary. So Andre will be taking us through the match and will be, along with me, in 2 over spell, giving ball by ball commentary. Good morning, Andre. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Alton, and good morning to all of the world. And I hope it will be a very, very enthralling match. You know, it's Madiba's men versus Gandhi's men. Better team win.
Okay, who are you? Who do you want to win?
I
I
am
mean,
I am backing Madiba this time around. I really hope that Madiba can really win their first global title. I mean, first World Cup title.
India, as I asked Dwight and I asked Basil, India won the toss and decided to bat first. Would you have gone down that way?
Wow. I think it is yes, I say probably good for India because South Africa, India's the better lineup, and with the South Africa, the bowling that India has, I think once they put up a good total, they can put South Africa under tremendous pressure because South Africa, that means say, is the most consistent throughout the tournament. So India is backing themselves to put a score in the total, and they have the bowler to defend it.
Okay, thank you very much, Andre, and I'll see you in a couple of overs time. You know, as we get ready to start, this is Janssen that they're just making sure that they set their field. And Donald Popo is saying, good morning. Oh, I expect an exciting game. Let's hope it's an exciting game. It's a final of the Cricket World Cup, and we do hope that it is an exciting game. Kushagra Kier is saying, who are you supporting, Mr. Brown? Well, you know, the politically correct thing to say is that I'm supporting cricket. At this moment, I'm telling you the truth. I just do not know who I want to win as yet. And it's the absolute truth. I just do not know. You are saying that if India scores above 160, then it's over for South Africa with Indian spin bowling. Yansu bowl to Sharman, he turns that into the onside. They go through for a singer as the field at mid-on moves to his right and field. The score is 1-1 after one delivery. So Kushagra, you think that 160 it's a winning total? 160 is above par. So Richard Illingworth is one of the umpire, and the other umpire I think is Gaffney. Yes, Chris Gaffney. Gaffney is the other umpire. I think Chris Gaffney is from New Zealand and Illingworth is from England. As one without loss, Kohli, who has not have the best of season, faces up to Yansu over the wicket. Bowl to Kohli. Kohli drives through the cover. Good looking shot, magnificently down to the boundary for 4. He just came on the front foot and he eases that one down to the cover boundary for 4. Is today Kohli's day. So Yansu pitching up outside the half stump and Kohli immediately onto the front foot and just eases it down to the cover boundary for 4. Magnificent. That was a sweet looking shot. And so are you at the stadium, Kier? The stadium is almost full. Party stand cost $1,200. No one will buy those. Wow. Well, let's see what we'll see. Yansu over the wicket, bowl to Kohli, and he flicked this off his pad down to the square leg boundary for 4. Oh my word, Kohli is on fire today. He has started well. Wow, so Yansu pitching up. It looks a good pitch to bat on, and Kohli just flicking that off his pad down to the square leg boundary for 4. Pitched up, and he just worked it away sweetly down forward of square into the boundary for 4. Kohli, the first 2 deliveries coming out of the middle of the bat, and maybe today, just maybe today, is Kohli drives the answer to Kohli, and he drives again. It's going to run very close to the boundary. They have gone for 1, and they will come back for 2 quite comfortable. So wow, Kohli's on fire. What a start by Kohli. Kohli, Virat Kohli. He's timing this ball. He's a man on a mission today, and this could definitely spell danger for South Africa. Asking which link can I watch the match on? Please, Mangona Football Channel. If you're in South Africa, you'll probably have to pay subscription to watch it, or you can stay with us for the update. But I cannot tell you we're in South Africa. I get that outside the half stump, he allows that one to go through. There's no run 11. without loss with one delivery to come in over number one. So Mangona, which link can I watch the match? And please, from your name, I'm thinking that you are in South Africa, and you would have to have subscribed to what's it? Super Sport. I think Super Sport is who's carrying it in South Africa or in Africa. You'd have to subscribe to them to get the match live. But you can always get the score update here. Janssen to Kohli, and Kohli drives down back the pitch straight. It's going to run very close to the boundary. He's really on fire today. They gave chase. It goes into the boundary for 4. Oh, he timed that sweetly again. So 3 fours out of the over by Virat Kohli, and all came out of the middle of the bat. Today, it could be Virat Kohli day. What a start by the Indian cricketer. They called him King Kohli, and today, those first 4 deliveries that he strokes away, when he leaves the 4th one, but 1, 2, 3, and 5, he really looks good. And at the end of over number 1, India are 15 without loss. Good start by India, as I take your comment. I hope for India versus West Indies, but unfortunately not happening. Can you imagine that? The champion is bringing India. So the champion is bringing India. As I said, at this time, I cannot say which team I want to win at this time, but a number of persons think are bringing India, a number of persons are bringing South Africa, but I still don't know which team I'm going to bring. All eyes on Rohit, and what a start that he has. Mangona, all the white team didn't win. With Mangona, we welcome you here. We really appreciate you, but we try not to go down that road. I missed that delivery, but it goes into the boundary. All I saw is the delivery going in the boundary. I'm going to watch the replay. 19 without loss. So Maharaj starts to Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma is on 5. It seems that there was a false stroke as I watch it now. He bowls to Rohit, and Rohit was looking to cut, and he edged it between short third man and the slip down to the boundary for 4. So 4 more runs. So India is off to a rollicking start here. Very Maharaj round the wicket, bowl to Kohli. He goes for the reverse sweep, and he beats the short third man again down to the boundary for 4. This looked to be a belter for tracking Barbados, and India is off to a real rollicking start here. They are 23 without loss. Good going by India. They are really stepping on the accelerator early here in the power play. And at this time, the South African bowlers have no answer. Maybe it's time for pace, real pace in North here. So Rohit Sharma just pulling out the reverse sweep. So both deliveries went in the same direction, but one was more controlled than the other. The first one was really could have easily gone to short third man, but this one was well controlled as Maharaj round the wicket, bowl to Sharma, who strokes this to the field, that extra cover, and there is no run. So that's the first made ball from Maharaj. So Rohit is on 9, 2 fours. Kohli is on 14, 3 fours. India 23 without loss in the over number 2 as Maharaj comes round the wicket, bowl to Kohli, and now he goes for the orthodox sweep. He sweep and he's out caught at square leg. Rohit Sharma goes. He swept at Maharaj straight to the fielder. That's looked to be David Miller at square leg. And so Rohit Sharma goes, and this is a big, big breakthrough for South Africa in the very second over. And the policy, the strategy of bowling Maharaj up front, starting with Maharaj as work, as the Indian captain went for a sweep shot, the orthodox sweep shot, and he hit it straight to the man to the right of the umpire. That's looked to be David Miller. Is it Miller? I'm just checking here to see if it is David Miller. Nonetheless, he's out caught, and so South Africa picked up their first wicket, and Markram is very, very, very happy. So Rohit Sharma, Klaasen was the one that took the catch. Says Klaasen is not keeping out. The cock is keeping. Nelson Mandela versus Gandhi. Yes, it is. And Dennis Barnaby, welcome Dennis Barnaby. You're saying that India will win. I'm Indian and you want South Africa to win. India made the correct decision in batting first. Okay, so you are agreeing with the two, with both Dwight and Andre, and you're also agreeing with Basil that they made the decision to bat first. Kohli knows how to perform when it matters. Yes, he has done it time and time again. Rabada versus Kohli will be the battle. In Indiana mission today, yes, correct. Yes, he's out. So you're pointing out that he's out. So Rishabh Pant is now batting at number 3. He has come to the crease, and we are going to see Rishabh Pant, the Indian wicketkeeper batsman, coming in at number 3. This is a dangerous India batting lineup, For after Pant, it will be Suryakumar Yadav. It's a real deep batting lineup. Let's watch as Pant faces up to Maharaj over the wicket, and he strokes this into the offside, cannot beat backward point, and there is no run. So after this delivery, we'll be welcoming Andre. So Andre will come after this delivery, as that one was clipped away. I see Courage here saying out. So let's see. Maharaj bowled to Pant, and Pant swept at that one. And Dickok took the catch. He's out. Yes. Oh, yes. Courage here, whose stream is ahead of me. So I cannot take his comment anymore because his stream is ahead of me, and he's spoiling it for me and for all those who are listening to me. So if you're going to put out, you have to wait on me, Kushgarak here. Apparently, your stream is ahead of me. So Richard Pant went for a sweep shot, it balloon in the air, the catch taken, they're reviewing it. Let's look at the review as we bring in Andre. Andre will come in at the end of this over. Just let's watch here. Let's watch the review. Pant is going nowhere. He believes he didn't get any bat onto it. Let's see. In that one pitches. Yes, it went straight in the air. Did he thought that it hit the ground? I don't see that hitting the ground. So why did he review it? This is ridiculous. It didn't hit the ground. No way, it went straight in the air. Let's take a closer look. It's going to be very interesting here. Why did he review it? I never saw that it in the ground. So why I don't understand the decision to review that. It's ridiculous. What I think is it that they are manipulating the thing so much that they think that if they review it, it's going to get away. Andre, welcome. Take it over.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was myself a bit puzzled as to the reason why Pant to review that decision, because that looks pretty straightforward to me. It came right off the bat and went in the air. So I don't understand the reason for reviewing that. Yes, good morning to you, Mrs. Brown. I hope that you will enjoy the match. Yes, so after getting off the rollicking starts, that is India, they have found themselves in a spot of bother at 23 for 2. So that's India's found himself in. So here is Rabada, bowled to Kohli, and Kohli just left that one outside the off stump. No runs scored. The score 23 for 2 in over number 3, being bowled by Kagiso Rabada from South Africa. So Maharaj getting the wicket of skipper Rohit Sharma and that of Rishabh Pant for a duck. So we're now in over number 3, being bowled by Kagiso Rabada, the great South African bowler. He's on his way now, bowled to Kohli. Kohli comes, just tabs that one into the cover area. There's no run scored. Score remains on 23 for 2. Kohli is on 14 from 7 deliveries. Suryakumar Yadav is yet to face a delivery. So India in a spot of bother here in the grand finale being played at Bridgetown, Barbados, known as the Mecca of West Indies cricket. It is Rabada at the top of his mark. There's a slip, a man point, a man in the cover, mid-off. Kohli settles, he waits on Rabada as he faces Rabada, and he drives that one to the man at mid-on. Still no run from over number 3. The score remains on 23 for 2. So far, so good from Kagiso Rabada. So after getting off to a rollicking start in the first 2 overs, South Africa pegged India back with that 2 important wickets of Rishabh Pant and captain Rohit Sharma. So there's Markham. He's having a word with his bowler, Rabada. So it's a slip. As Rabada now, he turns. He's on his way to bowl to Kohli. Pass on by bowl to Kohli. Kohli's driving that one to the man at the point area. They go through for a very quick steal. The score moves on to 24 for 2. Kohli goes on to 15 from 9 deliveries. Yadav will take strike. He will face his first delivery from Kagiso Rabada. We're in over number 3. South Africa, having lost the toss, India decided to take first strike. They are 24 for 2 after 2.4 overs. It's been bowled by Kagiso Rabada. Suryakumar Yadav will face his first delivery from Kagiso Rabada. Here he comes. He's on his way to bowl to Yadav. Pass the umpire, bowl to Yadav. Yadav is just pushing that one into the short extra cover area. No run scored. The score remains on 24 for 2. In over number 3 being bowled by Rabada. Just a single coming from the 3rd over thus far. So a really good comeback here by the South Africans. Here is Rabada. Is on his way to bowl Yadav. Bowl to Yadav. And Yadav is just hitting that one over the... No, it's on... just over the man at mid-on. And here was Yadav trying to hit that one over the mid-on. Just managing to elude the man on the mid-on. And they go back for 2 runs. Very, very streaky by Yadav. Very, very streaky indeed. That's 20. The score moves on to 26 for 2 at over number 3. Let me take some of your comment. It was umpire check. That is, says Kushari Kari. Says it was umpire check. Evil Kicks Money said, now Cole is going to play test innings. Oh, okay. So Cole is going to lock shop and be a little bit more circumspect. Okay. Okay, Michael says, come on, South Africa. Fidel says, South Africa has to win today. And back with the live action. Maharaj to Kohli. Kohli drives through the covers. They go through for 1. They come back for the 2nd. That's all they'll be. The score moves on to 28 for 2. We're in over number 4, being bowled by Maharaj. So far, taken 2 for 10 from his 1.1 over. Maharaj is going to come to bowl to Kohli. He's going around the wicket to bowl to Kohli, and Kohli's back. And just stabs that one right into the extra cover area. There's no run scored. The score remains on 28 for 2. Kohli, he gets out. He settles. He does a little bit of turning. He's back into his stance. He's going to wait for Maharaj. Around the wicket is Maharaj. Bowl Kohli. Kohli's back again. He's just stabbing that one to the short extra cover area. No run scored. Score remains on 28 for 2. In over number 4, being bowled by Maharaj. Kohli, he settles, waits for Maharaj. Maharaj around the wicket, bowl to Kohli. Kohli is just on the back foot and hit that one through the extra cover for area for 4. And there was Maharaj pitching that one short, and he went back and Kohli slapped that one through the extra cover area for 4 lovely runs. The score moves on to 32 for 2 after over number 4, being bowled by Maharaj after 3.4 overs. It's Kohli's. He now moves on to 21. And Dwight Chatu says, just a minute, Dwight. Maharaj bowls to Kohli. Kohli just on the back, on front foot. Just hit that one to the square leg area. No one scored. 1 delivery to come in over number 4. Being bowled by Maharaj. Maharaj, he separates around the wicket to bowl to Kohli. Kohli's back. And hitting that one to the man. That's well stopped. To the man at the point area. Very well fit by is that Janssen. So it is 32 for 2 after over number 4. And let me just read that one quickly from Dwight Chatu, who says India has been too arrogant so far and is going hard too early. The key early in a T20 is the preservation of wickets. Now they will have to consolidate for the next 8 overs. All right, so I will now turn over now to Carlton. So 32 for 2 after over number 4. Oh, Carlton not there yet. So here's Rabada. Bull to Yadav. Yadav is just driving at one to the man at the third man area. They go through for a single. The score moves on to 33 for 2. In over number 5, being bowled by Kagisa Rabada. Surya Kumar Yadav, he moves on to 3. Kohli is on 21. He comes back into strike. He will face the bowling of Rabada. Rabada at the top of his mark. He come to bowl to Kohli. Kohli settles the bowl to, and Kohli is driving that one to the mid off for a very quick single. They make it indeed. The score moves on to 34 for 2. Kohli moves to 22 from 16 deliveries. Kohli looks a very, very busy man today. He looks very focused. It's Rabada. He goes back to the top of his mark. So far, 1.2 overs, none for 5. Yadav is 3 from 3. He will face the bowling of Kagisa Rabada. He's in his second over. Rabada passes the umpire now, bowl to Yadav, and Yadav is hitting that one. It's high in the air. It's going to be taken. It's caught. And Yadav goes. And there was Yadav just flicking that one, only managing to get to the man at fine leg area. Klaasen takes his second catch for the morning. And Yadav flicking that one straight to fine leg area. India, they slip further into trouble at 34 for 3. Just a flick to the fine leg area. And there was Henry Klaasen taking a very, very easy catch on the boundary. And India slips further into trouble here at Bridgetown, Barbados. They are now 34 for 3. And Rabada deleted. Really well bowled by Kagisa Rabada. India is in some serious trouble at the Mecca in Barbados. So it's going to a lot will rely on King Kohli. A lot will rely on Kohli and the others to come.
Well, yes, Andre, thank you. There's stunned silence in Barbados now. You can, because the fans in Barbados, the vast majority of them are Indians, and there's a stunned silence. I can tell you that Indians are swarming the place. I know it. I felt it. I saw it. They're absolutely swarming the place. And at this time, there's stunned silence in the ground at Kensington Oval. And Dwight Chattu is saying India has been too arrogant so far, and it's going too hard, too early. Wow. And so he's putting forward the theory that the key thing in T20 is the preservation of wickets. Now they will have to consolidate for the next 8 overs. But Kushagra here hit back and said, what arrogance has India shown? Can you tell? But you have not yet gotten a response from Dwight Chattu, I'm sure that he's going to point out about the third wickets as Surya Kumar Yadav goes. So I'm just late here, but I'm back with it, and I saw it seems like there's a smile on Andre's face. It looks like Andre definitely wants South Africa to win, and his son Michael Douglas also wants South Africa to win. So 34 for 3. It's going to be 3-time unlucky for India. Surely there must be a recovery somewhere along the line. Rabada moves in now. That's looked to be Axar who click this away down to mid-wicket. He's going to run very close to the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder giving chase, but he won't get there. 4 runs pitched up by Axar, but pitched up by Rabada, and Axar Patel just clipping it away down to the field, down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That will push India up to 38 for 3 in over number 5. So South Africa struck, and they have struck big time here. Just beating the fielder there at mid-wicket. That is Markram, it looks like. No, Miller is generally the number 10. So beating Markram at mid-wicket. And so, so drive through the cover, but cannot beat the man at the edge of the circle. The score remains at 38 for 3. So 38 for 3 is the score here as South Africa just looking to squeeze India at this moment. Axar is on 4. Dwight Cole, not Dwight Cole, I'm getting Virat Kohli is on 22 King Kohli, they call him, the man for the moment. Up and bowl to Axar, who cuts this away, beat the man at backward point. It's running out towards the boundary. The field that third man came around, field. That's Klaasen, sends the return in, and they get one. The score moves up to 39 for 3 at the end of over number 5. So chat 2 and here are going at it. He said, were you saying something that is the third wicket, all from unnecessary risk? India has been too arrogant. They now need to consolidate and look to get these boundaries later in the game. What has wicket to deal us out? Okay, so those two are going at it, and we love this. So after 5 overs, India are 39 for 3. And I want to thank all of you who are listening, especially those who are not able to watch the match and are getting the live scores and the live update here as we try our best to paint a picture of what is happening at Kensington Oval. So Axar Patel is on 5 from 3 deliveries. Virat Kohli is on 22 from 16 deliveries. India winning the toss and decided to bat first as this is clipped into the onside by Axar Patel. Down to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, sends the return in. He goes up to 6 from 4 deliveries. Virat Kohli, who has been batting very well, is on 22. India 40 for 3 in the final over of the power play of the 2024 T20 Cricket World Cup final, live from Kensington Oval in Barbados, as it looks to be Markram bowled to Kohli, and Kohli clipped this away in the air down to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. This is a big move by the South African captain to bring on himself to bowl that first over of that final over of the power play. Big move. And when that catch was taken just now, I wonder if the fielder probably realized that he was far from the boundary. As Markram round the wicket, bowl to Axar Patel, who turns this into the onside. Another single, says 3 singles out of the over thus far. The score now just ticking along, 42 for 3. Markram, strange decision to decide to bowl the final over of the power play. But let's see, not a bad over thus far. They would have secured. South Africa would have been happy with 3 from 3 at this stage. So I don't think it's a bad over thus far. So let's watch again. As Markram this time to bowl to King Kohli. He's coming over the wicket to Kohli. He looks at his field and he comes in over the wicket, bowl to Kohli, and Kohli whipped this into the onside. Down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. Again, another good delivery from Markram. South Africa will be happy with just singles being conceded thus far. Can Markram end this over in style? Let's see. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how he ends this over as Axar Patel comes back into strike. I know I'm probably a little behind. Bowl to Patel. Again, he whips this down to mid-wicket. That's another single. Importantly, though, those who are listening and are not watching the match, we appreciate you and we're especially here for you. We thank everyone for being here. Slash a like on the video, share the video, subscribe to the video. And we thank you all for being here, especially those who are not watching and are just able to listen as we bring them up to date. Good over from Markram as Kohli turned that one down to the fielder, coming off the long on boundary, and they go through for another single. So the final over of the power play were 6 singles as we welcome back Andre to take us through the next 2 overs. Welcome back, Andre.
Thank you very much, Carlton. So India in a spot of bother at 46 for 2.
There's an interesting chat going on in the chat. I hope you are paying attention.
Is it between the White and I don't know who the other person is. Yeah, so Dwight says shot selection boss. They have been aggressive too early. They definitely need boundaries, but mainly in the middle and death overs. As it is Nokia to bowl to Kohli. Pass it umpire, bowl to Kohli. Kohli daps up one to the backward point here and they run through for 1. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 46 for 2 when in over number 7. This is the first over after the power play. Kohli is on 26 from 20 deliveries. And it is Axar Patel who will take strike. He will face the bowling of Anrik Nokia. Nokia, the top of his mark, the South African speedster. He runs in. He's on his way to bowl to Axar Patel. Pass umpire and bowl to Patel, who stabs at one to the man at the point area. There's no run scored. The score remains on 46 for 3 in over number 7. I support you from India, and my friends also subscribe to you. That's thank you very much. It is Kagiso Kahari. Thank you very much. Kari, rather. All the wickets were thrown. Yes, yes. No, nothing special that I've got now. The batters thus far. I think they were, that's really ordinary deliveries, but really poor shots played. As Nokia bowled to Patel. Patel plays that one into the cover area. They go through for 1. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 47 for 3. Axar Patel, he goes to 9. We're in over number 7 being bowled by Anrik Nokia. In his first over, Kohli comes back on strike. He's on 26 from 20 deliveries. As Nokia is the top of his mark, he's going to come to bowl to Virat Kohli. Kohli settles. He waits on Nokia's, and there's a fine leg, a deep square leg, a third man. As Nokia passes umpire and bowl to Kohli, and Kohli's just trying to fit that one. It came off the thigh. Went to the short mid-wicket area. There's no run scored. The score remains on 47 for 3. We're in over number 7, being bowled by Anrik Nokia. Shatu says India need to enter the phase of the game with wickets, the later phase of the game with wickets, or they won't be able to set a strong total to defend. As Nokia comes into bowl to Virat Kohli, he's on his way. Passes umpire, bowl to Kohli, a short bouncer. He pulls that one to the deep square leg area. They go through for 1. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 48 for 3 in over number 7. 6.5 overs bowled thus far. Kohli is on 27 from 32 deliveries. Axar Patel is on 9 from 6. He's back on strike. Okay, and got you the white says Karo, and is Anrik Nokia to bowl to Axar Patel. He pass umpire now, bowl to Patel, and Patel is driving to the mid-wicket area, to the deep mid-wicket, the man from the deep mid-wicket area. Boundary comes to field. The score moves on to, that is, it makes what, 50 for 3 at the end of over number 7. Oh, Kari. Oh, okay. Thank you. His pronunciation is it's Kari. Okay.
Just call him Kush.
All right, I'll just call him Kush. All right. Thank you. All right, I'll just call it Kush for short. That's right. All right. Thank you very much, Kush. I'd love to support you, but no super chat available. Okay. Here's Markham. Markham bowls to Patel. Patel drives to the man at the long area. They go through for an easy single. That's all they'll get. He moves on to 11. The India 50 comes up in over number 8, being bowled by Captain Markham. It's going to be Markham now. He's going to come over the wicket to bowl to King Kohli. Kohli settles and he waits on Markham. Markham passes umpire now. He bowls to Kohli. Kohli drives. Passes the man at the short mid-wicket area, goes to the long area. They go through for 1. That is all there. The score moves on to 51 for 3. So India calculating at this point in time. We're in over number 8, bowled by Aiden Markham, the captain of South Africa's team. Markham, he's going to come to bowl to Axar settles. Markham around the wicket, bowl to Patel. And Patel is hitting that one. It's high, hard. It's gone over the man at mid-wicket 6. And there was Axar Patel coming onto the front foot and hitting that one over the mid-wicket area for 6 welcome runs to India. They score 57 for 3 in over 8. All by Markham. That was a lovely shot indeed by Axar Patel. That's coming onto the front foot and just hitting that one over the mid-wicket area for 6 lovely runs. So the score moves on to 57 for 3 It's going to be come to bowl to Patel drive. Straight to the man at the short cover area. No run scored. Good by Markham. So 2 deliveries to come for number 8. It's been by Markham. It's Markham at the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Patel. Bowl to Patel. Patel stock swept that one straight along the ground. This time around to the deep mid-wicket area. The mid-wicket area comes to field. There goes through for a single. Score moves on to 53. 1 delivery to come in over number 8. Bowled by He's going to bowl the final delivery to Kohli. Here's is at the top mark. So far, 1.5 overs, none for 50. Bowls to Kohli. Kohli's on the back foot. And takes that one to the deep area. They go through for a single. That is all they'll be. The score moves on to 59 for 3 at the end of over number 8. And that is at the end of over number 8 is 59 for 3. While I wait Carlton to take over for the next 2 overs. So the White is saying 5 balls from the first 2 overs. Absolutely too active, just taking unnecessary risk. Now the key is to set the loss of and configure what is the target. Lots of time left. Over now to you, Carlton.
Thank you very much, Andre. Appreciate it. Yes, Dwight is here saying now that 5 boundaries from the first 2 overs, absolutely too aggressive. Just taking unnecessary risks. Now, the key is to stem the loss of wickets and to configure what is their target. Lots of time left. Yes, there's always more time than you think. 59 for 3 after 8 overs. I know my feed is a little behind, but I'm glad that you are here. And especially, as I said, I want to big up the persons who are listening, who are probably driving in their car as Maharaj is it that bowl to Kohli, and Kohli just go back in his crease a little and stroke this down to long off for a single. The score moves up now to 60 for 3 in over number 9. So Kohli just practically just standing up tall in his crease and just stroking that down off the back foot down to long half for a single. As we see the field here to Axar Patel, there's a deep backward square leg, there's a mid-wicket on the boundary, and there's a long on shot outside the off stump. He cuts this away down to the sweep on the cover boundary. They will get a single. He will move up now to 19, 61 for 3 in over number 9. Maharaj in his 3rd over. He has so far gotten 2 for 16 at this stage. Kohli, who's on 30 from 25 deliveries, started like a train on fire as Maharaj bowls to him and he clips this down to the man on the long on boundary. Another run. Dwight seems to, Dwight probably seems to get it right here because he's saying that they need to consolidate and preserve wickets, and it appears that is what India is doing at this time, just taking it over at this time. Maharaj bowl to the left-handed Axar is high in the air. Let's see what will happen. It's out of the ground into the stand. 6 runs by Axar Patel. Oh, that's a big shot. The slug swept it over the boundary, and I think now India probably say now it is time to move on because they are scoring at 7, just above 7 runs per over, and they are thinking it's time to move on. So the slug sweep made popular by a South African, Ansi Connier, who made this slug sweep popular. And now here's the Indian batsman, Axar Patel, using it against South Africa to great effect. I think the score moves up now to 69 for 3, and we are in over number 9. Maharaj just guilty there of just pitching up that one too much into the slot. 68. Maharaj come bowl to Axar Patel, and he's off the back foot. Cannot beat the man at extra cover, and there is no run. The score remains on 68 for 3. Axar Patel is on 25 from 16. Kohli is on 31 from 26. India winning the toss and decided to bat are 68 for 3. One to come in over number 9. It is being bowled by Maharaj. 2 for 23 so far from his 2.5 overs. He's round the wicket, bowled to Axar Patel, and he just cramp him for room there. The batsman plays it out to short mid-wicket, and there is no runs. After 9 overs, India winning the toss and batting. They are 68 for 3. So Dwight is saying that that's what they need to do. Mangano is saying that we need 2 more wickets soon and I will start dreaming. That's good. Kush, yes, Mr. Brown, I find SC much convenient. Why is it not open? It's not available in my location where I live, where I register the channel. It's not available in Jamaica or in the Caribbean. YouTube, Google need to do something about that and allow Caribbean countries like the US Virgin Islands, they have it. But in countries like Jamaica, there's no super chat nowhere in the Caribbean. And that is something that they need to do. And Kush is saying that Kohli wicket is the key. And Dennis Barnaby is agreeing with you. Kohli hold it all for India. Yes. Let's watch now as this is Shamsi wide outside the off stump. Wide should be signaled by the umpire. The score moves up to 69 for 3. So that first delivery from Shamsi was wide. This is a final over before the drinks break. So there's a similar field. There's a long off, a cover, a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a backward square. Like those are the 5 fielders that are patrolling the boundary at this time. Shams sees it now to bowl to Kohli. He's in bowl to Kohli, and Kohli whip this down to the fielder on the long on boundary. That fielder I told you about. So they have 3 on the inside, deep, 3 fielders on the inside. That the deep backward square leg, the deep mid wicket, and the long on. On the offside, they have the long off and the sweeper and the cover boundary. So those are the 5 fielders that are outside of the circle as India move up now to 70 for 3 in over number 10. It's been bowled by Shamsi, the left arm googly bowler. Is up on board, Chinaman googly bowler, bowled to Axar Patel, who places out into the cover. And there is no run. So there's 3 fielders in the circle on the offside, saving the singer, a short third man, a backward point, and a cover. And I think the next fielder is at mid wicket. So let's watch now as Shams sees it to bowl to Axar Patel. Oh, South Africa would love another wicket here. Shamsi comes in, bowl to Axar Patel, and he blocked this in front of him. The man at backward point races in to prevent any run, and the score remains at 70 for 3 in over number 10. 3 to come now, and I know Andre is happy because finally his feed is ahead of mine, so he must be very happy about that. Usually my feed is ahead of him. You would have seen what happened already. I think you'd have seen the 4th delivery as Shamsi comes in now, bowl to Axar Patel, and he turns this down into the onside. Shamsi just jogged after it, but the fielder on the long on boundary will get it first. The score moves up to 71 for 3. Axar Patel move up to 26 from 20 deliveries. Virat Kohli, who opened the innings like a train on fire, hitting the first 2 balls he faced. In fact, for the first 4 balls he faced, he hit 3 fours. So Kohli's on 32 from 27, so they have reined him in here. He was 14 after 4 deliveries, and so 18 of the next 23 deliveries as Shamsi comes in, bowl to Kohli, who's moving around the crease. He turns it into the onside, diving effort from the man at backward square leg and at short fine leg, and he misses, and the fielder on the backward square leg boundary have to come around to his right, and he cannot prevent the 2, and so India moves up to 73. So the fielder at short fine leg dived to his left but could not prevent the ball from passing him, and there was work to do for the fielder coming off the backward square leg boundary, and they got 2. So Kohli move up now to 34. India will move up now to 75 in the over number 10. Comes in now, bowl to Kohli, and Kohli slug sweep this into the gap. The fielder comes to his left. Good work by the fielder there on the mid wicket boundary, and they got another copper. So it's 77 for 3. 75 for 3 at the end of over number 10. So that's a run rate of 7.5 as we welcome back Andre. Welcome back, Andre. Take it over.
Yeah, thank you, Carlton. So we are at the drinks break. So I think at this point in time, I would say that just about even, because the fact that Kohli is still at the wicket we know how crucial his wicket is. He's going to be the key for India, and they still have a few batters who can really, give it a go at the back end. So I think, it's just about even at this point in time, right? So, it's going to be very interesting in the second half of India's innings. So Kohli is there, he's still batting well. And Kush says, on which channel are you watching? I'm actually watching on 10 Sports, because I see 10 Sports, the feed is a little bit ahead of Willow and the others that I watch on. So I'm watching on 10 Sports.
Yes, so I'm doing an outside broadcast, as you would see here, for the final push. So I'm using a app, so maybe that's why it's behind and not as fast as usually be. But I'm doing an outside broadcast. I'm getting some fresh air for today for the final. Okay.
Yes. So how do you see Carlton so far? How do you see it thus far?
Well, I think it's 50-50 right now. Those 3 wickets, South Africa were definitely on top at 34 for 3. South Africa would have definitely been on top, but these two are playing it well. And at 75 after 10 overs with some power hitting to come, it's in the balance right now.
Right.
It's really depend if India get off, they will post a big total. But if in trying to increase the run rate, South Africa picks up wicket, then South Africa will be at the edge. But right now, I think the match is in the balance, and I think most neutral supporters are happy for the stage that the match is in. Up to now, I have not yet determined in my mind who I want to win. So I'm sort of happy with where the match is right now.
Yes. Yes. I share those very same sentiments. Right up, very, very much even. And I mean, India still has a lot of firepower, in the dressing room there, because they still have Shivam Dube, who can hit it a long way. Also Hardik Pandya and Jadeja. So they still have a few batters who can actually hit it a very long way, and they can still get a very, very good total.
Well, I just like to reply to this comment from Kush. I think that India is most West Indian second team. I think most West Indians see India as their second team. But as usual, the minority is always vocal. So maybe that's why you probably get that impression. But most West Indians see India as their second team. Over to you, Andre.
Yes, thanks very much. Yes, they normally they love India. I mean, and also a lot of Caribbean people really don't mind South Africa also. Dennis Barnaby says, I agree with you. It's an even, yes, even at this stage, very much so. So it's going to be Jansen to bowl to Axar Patel, and Patel is driving that one. It peels off the outside edge. It goes to the man at the third man area. They go through for a single. We're back now. We're back live. It's over number 11, being bowled by Marco Jansen. And there was Patel driving that one. It peeled outside the outer half of the bat for third man for a single. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 76 for 3. It's going to be Jansen to bowl to Virat Kohli. Kohli is on 36 from 29. Kohli, he settles and waits for Jansen. Jansen is at the top of his mark. He's on his way now. He's coming in. That is Jansen to bowl to Kohli. Bowl to Kohli. Kohli just plays that one to the deep backward point area. They go through for a single. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 77 for 3. Over number 11, being bowled by Jansen. India, 77 to 3. So it is Axar Patel who is back on strike. He's going to face Jansen. Axar Patel is on 27 from 21 deliveries. Is Jansen passes umpire now, bowl to Patel, who dabs that one to the third man area. They go through for a single. Rabada returns the delivery. Its score moves on to 78 for 3. A single so far coming off each delivery of the over. So it's a very, very lovely atmosphere thus far at the Mecca in Barbados. It is Jansen. Very good crowd indeed. Jansen passes umpire now to Kohli. Kohli pulled that one, didn't time it as well as you would have liked. It goes to the man at the square area. He feels they go for a single. The score moves on 79 for 3 after 10.4 overs. Just a single coming from each day thus far. In over number 11, Axar Patel, he's on 28, 22 deliveries. Kohli is on 38, 31 deliveries. It's going to be Jan Bolt to passes umpire now. Bolt to who dabs at one to an area to go through for another single. The score moves on to 80 for 3 to 10.5 overs. So it's another single. Okay. So Jansen, he goes back to the top mark. He's going to come to bowl to Kohli. Kohli 38. Jansen bowls to Kohli. Kohli fix that one. It just down the leg. It's a wide signal. The score moves on 81 for 3. One delivery still to over number 11. In bowl by is Kohli 38 from 31 deliveries. Axar Patel is on 29 from 23 deliveries. One delivery coming over number 11, being bowled by Jansen. The projected score at the stage rate is 150. Here is Jansen. He's going to pass the umpire now, bowl Kohli, and Kohli is a slower delivery, a short delivery. He pulls it to the short fan leg area. They go through for a single. That is all they'll get. So at the end of over number 11, it's 82 for 3. Kohli moves on to 4. Axar Patel is on 28. So 82 for 3, end of over number 11. So it's Jamor Small says, good morning, guys. What did you miss? Well, so far you have missed 3 wickets, 3 in them. Going Chatu is saying that 75 for 3 after 10 overs is not recovery. So far, 20 balls, but those are really significant. If they avoid losing no more than 1 wicket before the end of the 4th, they post a competitive total. Very much so. So once it, any more wickets can pose a very good total. And as I said before, they still have a lot of power hitters to come in the dressing room. They should start ramping up the required run rate by the end of the 12th. So it's going to be Shamsi, continuous, both Kohli drives to the man at the short wicket area. There's no run. The score remains on 82 for 3. Kohli on 39. Shamsi is in his second over. Over number 12. Shamsi. Top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Virat Kohli once more. He passes the umpire just about now. Bowl to Kohli. And Kohli is just flicking that one to the square leg area to go through for a single. That is all they'll get. He moves to 40. The score moves on to 83 for 3. Over number 12 being bowled by Shamsi. None for 8 from 1.2 deliveries thus far. Shamsi is going to come to bowl to Axar Patel. He's on his way to bowl to Patel. Passes umpire no. Bowl to Patel. Patel is just trying to hold that one. He manages to go to the short final area. I think that might have been a leg by score. Let me just see if it came off the pad or the bat. He got some bat onto it. Oh yes, he got onto it. So 84 for 3. And over number 12 being bowled by is Kohli, which is back on deck. Shamsi to bowl to Kohli. Kohli is back. Flick that one to the deep square leg area. They go through for 1. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 85 for 3. Kohli moves to 41. Axar Patel, 30 from 24 deliveries. He's back on strike. It's going to be, and the 50 partnership comes up. It's going to be Shamsi. He's going to come bowl to Patel. He's at the top of his mark. On his way to bowl to Patel. Passes umpire now, bowl to Patel. Patel is hitting that one high. It's going. Let's see what's happened here. Just froze a bit. Let's see. Oh my God, it has frozen a bit. The feed has frozen somewhat. It seemed to have gone for 6. Let me see. Yes, it went for 6. And there was Patel hit one high and hard over the long on for 6. So it's going to be, so it seems. So I'll now turn over to Carlton. My feet seem to have been down. Seems to be on it. So it's back to you, Carlton.
Thank you very much, Andre, and welcome back, sir. That was a nice shot by Axar Patel. He clearly realized now that they need to step on it, because as Dwight say that they need to up the tempo starting at the 12th over. So let's see. Maybe we should have Dwight here for our innings break discussion. Maybe Dwight and Basil, we should invite them back for our innings break discussion. Definitely. And give the assessment and how the match is going. That would be lovely. So I think that, yes, I think Dwight, at the innings break, I think Dwight and Basil should definitely come back. 93 for 3 now, as Norcair makes his way in now. Bowl to Kohli, and Kohli whip this away down to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. They will get a single. The score will move up now to 94 for 3 in over number 13. It has been bowled by Norcair. So 90, in times past, generally, like say 3-4 years ago, 100 of the first 15 overs in a T20 match will be what teams will be looking for. But now, here is it that South Africa 94 for 3 in over number 12. And that is considered a slow start in this generation. Watch Norcair over the wicket, bowl to the left-handed Axar Patel, who gave himself room and forced this down to mid-off. The man is on the edge of the circle. They will get a single. That will put it up to 95 for 3. Interestingly, Axar is on 39. Kohli is on 42. Remind you that India won the toss and decided to bat first, and they are now 95 for 3 in over number 13. So it's a good crowd here at Kensington Oval as Kohli seconds Norcair over the wicket, bowl to Kohli, and Kohli just plays this one down to backward point, cannot score. There's no run. So the score remains on 95 for 3 with Axar Patel catching up to Kohli. He's on 39 from 27. Kohli's on 42 from 37. I tell you what, if India should lose the final, Kohli will get a lot of flack for the rate at which he's scoring 42 from 37. He's probably getting some flack already. As you know, I'm not listening to the commentary. He's probably getting some flack already over the wicket. Come Norcair, bowl to Kohli, and Kohli drive. It peels off the outer edge of the bat. Diving effort by the man at backward point, who cannot really stop the ball, stop the batsman from going through for the single. 96 for 3, 2 to come in over number 13. Yes, so Kohli will definitely be getting a lot of flack if India should lose this match. They will talk about his strike rate for years to come if India should lose this final. It's still in the balance. It's left to see what is going to happen. The next thing I want to know is that you will never know how good the pitch is until the other team batted. Norcair over the wicket, bowl to Axar Patel wide, down the leg side, 97 now for 3. Umpire signal wide, just trying to tuck up Axar Patel there. So while Norcair walk back to the top of his mark, I'm just saying that you will never know how good the pitch is until the other team bat on it. Is it that South Africa is able to restrict India because of picking up those 3 quick wickets? And India does has a long tail. And it's very important. You have Dubé, You have Pandya to come as over the wicket. Ball to Axar Patel. Is out caught behind. No, misses. For a moment there, I think he hedged it behind. Good delivery there by Narker. Just angling it across Axar Patel. And for a moment, I thought he was out caught behind. False alarm. India remains at 97 for 3. 1 to come in over number 13. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see when India actually press that accelerator. Do I chat to that think that they should start at the beginning of the 15th over? It's going to be very interesting. Northe, final delivery, come ball to Axar Patel, who just stands up tall and turn this down to mid wicket. He will get a single, 98 for 3 at the end of over number 13. So Northe bowling is 2 overs thus far for only 9 runs. So good bowling here by Northe. So then anything over 160 will be a winning score. 160, they will have now 7 overs to get 67 nines. So they will need to go at 10 runs and over from here. If India, they'll get another 70. 10 runs and over from here, they'll get another 70. That will put them up to 168. So that's and according to Dennis Barnaby, I saw someone else earlier in the chat, I think it's Kush, who said that over 160 is going to win. So if India can score 10 runs and over from here, they will get up to 168. And with only 7 overs to go and 7 wickets in hand, probably they can start going from now and don't wait until the end of the 14th over. Maybe they should start at the 14th over because I really think it's time to go. Barbados bowl to Axar Patel, who hit this down to long on. Big shot. Oh, what a lovely shot there. Rabada pitching up into the slot and Axar Patel hitting it over long on for 6. What a great shot there. Christopher is coming and saying, Christopher Bristol, how you doing, legend? Good to have you here, man. Yo, legend. Wagwan, India win this easy, man. Okay. So Christopher clearly believes that India is going to win. Good shot there from Axar Patel. Rabada guilty of pitching in the slot. It was one of those Mackay delivery that he bowled to Yancer on Sunday. Any batsman can hit those for 6. And probably it's time now for India to go at the start of the 14th over. 10 runs and over will definitely get them up to 168, and they have the batting power. Dwight Chattu would probably look like a genius if they get to 170, 180, and he's going to end. You know, I need to invite Dwight Chattu on the show one day to discuss his single overrated point that he's trying to make. You know, I need to settle that argument once and for all and just straighten him out. So one day I will invite him on the show. Another singer. That's another singer to India. So they will move up now to 178, 105. 105 for 3 in over number 14. 105 for 3 in over number 14. Axar Patel has actually gone past Virat Kohli. And this is going to cause some consternation for the Virat Kohli distractors. He comes into strike. He's on 43 from 38 deliveries. India 105 for 3. Kohli seconds, Rabada over the wicket, ball to Kohli. Kohli charging, but Rabada saw him coming and dug it in short. White signal by the umpire. 106 now for 3. So Rabada saw him coming and dug that one in short. And Christopher Bristol believed that 140, me say. So Christopher Bristol believed that anything over 140 will be a victory for India. That is, when I said that Mackay delivery, I thought Rabada again, bowl to Kohli, and Kohli looking to turn this one down the leg side, come off his pad. The return comes in at the bowler's end, it ricochet off the stump and will run into the boundary for 4 overthrow. Wow. Unless Axar Patel is out, it's going to be very interesting. But first, they're going to check it. He shied at the stump, it hit the stump. If not, it will be 4 overthrow, but they're celebrating. Didn't Quinton de Kock got it? Let's see. Because it raced away into the boundary for 4 overthrows. So let's see. I know that majority of you already seen it, but let me enjoy it. It's gonna be tight. He's out. Oh, he's out. Brilliant by Quinton de Kock. And South Africa picked up the 4th wicket. Absolutely brilliant by Quinton de Kock. Let's go for it. Kohli charge, use his feet, coming down the pitch, giving himself room to Rabada. Rabada followed him. He then tried to turn it down the inside. It came off his body. Axar Patel was going through for the single goal. He sent him back. The return comes in from Quinton de Kock, and he was run out at the non-strikers end. Axar Patel gone, run out. Brilliant work from Quinton de Kock. And although the ball went into the boundary for 4, it went into the boundary. It's no 4 because he was run out. The run out happened before the ball reached into the boundary. So once the batsman is out, the ball is dead. So it wasn't 4. Axar Patel gone, and India now lost their 4th wicket. Very, very interesting now. They lost their 4th wicket. The batsman gone. Axar Patel run out by the Kock. 47 from 31 deliveries. 1-4 and 4-6. A strike rate of 151 compared to Virat Kohli. He's going at 110. And definitely he's going to come under some serious pressure. He's going to come under some serious pressure when this match is analyzed, especially if India does not win this match. It's going to be very, very... There's going to be a lot of cricket. Dubé come to the crease, and Dubé is not in any form in this tournament thus far. He's averaging only 21 at a strike rate of 106, and he has not been in any form at all. But he comes now to the crease to replace, as Kohli whipped this down to long on for a single. The score will move up now to 107 for 4. It's getting quite overcast where I am. Well, there's clear sky in front of me, but behind me it seems to be overcast, as you can see there in the picture. So Virat Kohli coming off strike with that one, just stroking it down to long on for a single. Good work by the South African wicket keeper. It came off the gloves, not off the body, and Axar Patel was short. Luckily for South Africa, though, else that would be 4 extra. It made the point that I'm always make. Some persons don't believe that as Rabada comes in bowl to Dubé, and Dubé giving himself room, cannot force the ball off the square as he has struggled all season. 107 for 4. 1 to come in over number 14 as we welcome back Andre. To pick it up from over number 15 as Rabada goes back to the top of his mark. I just want to make the point that some persons think that when the ball ricochets off the stump, the batsman should not run. But that's not, you're giving the fielding team a free shot at the stump. They must know that there's a penalty for their action. Rabada bowled to Dubé. Dubé gave himself room, hit this in the air. The fielder going back, it dropped just at the edge of the 30-yard circle. They will get a single. Good over by Rabada. He picks up the wicket despite the first ball going for 6. And so at the end of over number 15, the score is India winning the toss, deciding to bat. They are 108 for 4. Virat Kohli is on 44 with him, Shivran Dubé, as I welcome back Andre. Welcome back, Andre.
Thank you very much, Carlton. Yes, that blow there by the, Axar was going pretty well. Yeah, Axar Patel was going pretty well. Just quite unfortunate to be run out. A bit of feeling there by the wicketkeeper. Turn, got rid of Axar Patel, in the ball so cleanly. So good work done by the Kock. Yes. Good day, everyone from the. Thanks for the commentary. That's from me. From Belfont, thank you for joining in, Bonnie. So it's going to be Jansen to bowl to Dubé. Dubé is hitting that one in the air. It's over 6. Shivman onto the front foot, over the long on boundary for 6 runs. Welcome runs by Shivram Dubé. The score moved to 144. We're in over number 15. It's been bowled by Marco Jansen. Jansen, that's a very good shot. Shivam Dubé went 83 meters. It was a slow delivery picked up by Shivam Dubé. So he moves on to 7. Just some 2 deliveries. Encouraged there by from 3 deliveries rather. It's going to be Jansen. Over number 15 on his way to bowl to Dubé. It's on by bowl to Dubé. Shorter delivery. He on to the man and the finally the go through for us, just right in the boundary on and clipping it back area for a single. The score moves on to 115 for 4. Virat Kohli is back on strike. He's going to face the bowling of Jansen. Yancey goes back to the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Kohli. Kohli's on 44. Bowls to Kohli. Kohli's driving that one. Just back to the bowler. Can't score. The score means that 115 for 4. In over number 15, bowled by Shivam Dube. Bowled by Marco Jansen, rather. 115 for 4. It's been bowled by Jansen. Kohli, he settles. Kohli, he's on 44. He waits on Shivam Dube. He waits on Marco Jansen. I'm sorry about that. So Kohli, he settles and waits on Jansen. He's on his way to bowl to Kohli. He's up to the wicket just about now. Passes umpire, bowl to Kohli. And Kohli pulls that short one to the deep fine leg fielder. They go through for a single. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 116 for 4. Kohli moves to 45 from 42 deliveries. Just up scoring. Kohli scoring just above 100, a strike rate above 100. Pretty pedestrian, rather, is Virat Kohli. Yancey, he goes back to the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Dube. It's an 8 from 4 deliveries. The passes umpire now. Bowl to Dube. Dube is flicking that one to the mid-wicket area. They go through for an easy single. The man from the deep mid-wicket area, that's David Miller, returns. And the single is all they'll get. His score moves on to 117 for 4. Dube moves on to 9. Kohli is back on strike. He's on 45 from 42 deliveries. Jansen goes back to the top of his mark. He's on none for 31 from his 2.5 overs. We are in over number 15. It's been bowled by Jansen. Kohli settles. He waits on Jansen. Jansen is on his way. Passes the umpire now. Bowl to Kohli. Kohli's hitting that one in the air to the deep mid-wicket fielder. A single is all they'll get. The score moves on to 118 for 4. Kohli moves on to 46. Shivam Dube is on 9. At end of over number 15, it's 117 or 118 rather, for the loss of 4 wickets. And there's Christopher saying, do I love to argue? It makes no point most time. Throwing shots out at Chatu there. Time for India to launch again. Boundaries needed. However, they get them. India need to be thinking 165 plus. That's coming from Chatu. Mogar says Panda wicket and we win. So I guess that is a South African supporter right there. It's Mogana Football Channel. Chatu says, yeah, Panda is a key for India getting a strong score. And it is back to Shamsi. He's in his 3rd over. Bowl to Kohli, who fixed that one to the short flank area. They go through for a single. The score moves on to 119 for 4. Shivam Dube, who's a very, very good player of spin, is back on strike. He's a 9 from 5 deliveries. He's going to face the bowling of Shamsi. We're in over number 16, being bowled by Shamsi. He's going to come to bowl to Dube. Dube is on 9 from 5 deliveries. Shamsi turns. He's on his way to bowl to Dube. Pass umpire, bowl to Dube, who loves the delivery right there by Shamsi. Beats him outside the off stump. Well bowled by Shamsi. Score means on 119 for 4. In over number 16, love the delivery by Shamsi. Beating all end up. Shamsi, top of his mark, he's going to come to bowl to Shivam Dube. He's on his way to bowl to Dube. Pass umpire, bowl to Dube. The foot toss is driving outside the outer portion of the bat. He goes to the short third man area. They go through for a quick single. That is all they get. The score moves on to 120 for 4. Dube goes to 10. Kohli's back on strike. He's on 47, 44 deliveries. Shamsi goes back to the top of the mark. He's going to come to bowl to Kohli, who settles, who waits. Shamsi bowls to Kohli, gives himself some room, and Kohli's driving that one. All they'll get is a single to the deep mid-wicket area. Kohli still cannot get that big shot in. He's back On strike is Shivam Dube. Face the bowling of Shamsi. He's on 10. Shamsi. Top his mark. Just making an adjustment to his field right now. Just moving him a little bit square. So it's gonna be Shamsi to bowl to Dube. He's on his way. Is Shamsi bowl to Dube. Dube is hitting that one to the deep mid-wicket area. 1 bounce of 4. And there was Shivam Dube slug sleeping that one to the deep mid-wicket fence of 4. Lovely shot. Welcome boundary for India. Then moves on to 125 for 4. Dube moves on to 14. In over number 16, bowled by Shamsi. 125 for 4. And there was Dube hitting that one, slug swap that one to the deep mid-wicket fence for 4. Very safe shot by Shivam Dube. He moves on to 14 rather. Shamsi bowl as Dube hitting that one to the long off boundary. There's just a single taken. The score moves on to 126 for 4. Dube moves on to 19. Shams Kohli is at 48, and it's now to Carlton.
Very much, Andre. And as India 126 for 4 after 16 overs, so Dube has moved up to 15. It's going to be a lot of, I keep on repeating it, there's going to be a lot of pressure. Shirley Samuel, you are welcome, and we are happy that we can keep you up to date with what is going on in the final. We are very happy and we are very pleased. And Kush is saying, well, Kush, I don't call him that. I don't call him by that any at all because I don't know. I will never know. You know, so I prefer to refer to him as Pandya. There's no way I will ever know that. So I do not call him by his first name. And especially what we are here is happening. We are wondering what is really is happening. So I would never go there. I hope you appreciate the banter. So Dwight and Christopher Bristol, as usual, these two always go at it and they say that, please explain why am I right so often? I am literally making the comments before the event and you can see the result for yourself, okay? And Shirley Samuel is saying, that's good going South Africa. As 127 for 4, there's another singer as Norke comes back into the attack. And Dube moves up now to 16 from 10 deliveries. Kohli is on 48 from 45 deliveries. And Norke and Markham just having a conversation. And what a good job. What a good job that Markham is doing leading the South Africa team. Whatsoever happened, unless in Norke over the wicket, bowl to Kohli and Kohli whip this away, come off his body, diving effort there by Quinton de Kock, but cannot prevent the singer. The man on fine leg comes up field. Kohli moves up now to 49. 128 for 4. Unless India get away in the last 3.4 overs, then this match is going to be very interesting. It will be the sort of middling totals that most neutral wants. So providing India gets away, it will be a very, very interesting match and most neutral will be satisfied. Norke over the wicket, bowl to the left-handed Dube, who slapped back that at Norke, who could not prevent the single. Was it a drop chance? Did it go to him on the full? Was it a drop chance? It's going to be very interesting. Nonetheless, though, it's a single which I think South Africa, as long as these deliveries don't go for 4 or 3 or 2, I know that South Africa will be happy with these singles. 3 to come in over number 17, 129 for 4. Norke in his third over as he turns at the top of his mark. He begins to move in. He's going to bowl to Kohli. He's up over the wicket, bowl to Kohli, and Kohli plays this to the man at backward points who charge in, who field off the bunks. Spectators catch, and there is no run. 49 from 47 deliveries. Is this pitch difficult to bat on? Or is it that they have watched Kohli so much that he just cannot get away the delivery? They know exactly how to bowl to him because he really started like a man on fire. Is it that South Africa just bowling good or the pitch is difficult to bat on? But after 47 deliveries, you should have been getting away the ball much quicker. Norke to Kohli short and he pulls this down to the man at backward square. He comes around. They will only get a single. He moves up now to 50. So that's his half century. So Kohli, King Kohli, they call him in India. He has scored another half century here. So Kohli is up to 50 of 48 deliveries. And India have pushed on now to 130 for 4 in over number 17. One to come. Nortje the bowler. Good over this from South Africa point of view. Can Nortje close it out well now? Dube is on 17. He faces up to Nortje over the wicket. Over the wicket, bowl to Dube, and Dube cuts this away down towards the cover boundary. It goes into the cover boundary now for 4 runs. So that's a bad delivery there from Nortje. It was short outside the half stump, and Dube cuts it away down to the cover boundary for 4 at the end of over number 17. India winning the toss and batting are 134 for 7, 3 to come in their innings. MJ saying someone has to play the anchor role. I agree that someone has to play the anchor role, but a strike rate of 110, 15 doesn't win T20 cricket. No matter how much a striker role, an anchor role you have to play. The anchor must be scoring at somewhere between 135 and 140. But clearly, Kohli is just scoring at what? This is 102. At 102, that is going to come under pressure for that. But MJ, I take the point that someone needs to play the anchor role, but it can't be at a strike rate of 102. Which side knock out Australia? It's Afghanistan and India knock out Australia. Both defeated them in the group in the Super 8 stage. So James Jack, they were knocked out by Afghanistan and India, who both defeated them in the super stage. Kohli should get on with it. Kohli should get on with it or get out. Yes, so Dennis Barnaby says time for Kohli to get on with it or get out, as he hit a 6 there to move up to 56. So it was Rabada who continues to probably the most expensive of the South African bowler. It's the second consecutive over now that Rabada is bowling, where his first delivery went for 6. Kohli is on 56. Good from Kohli there. Just hitting that at the top of the bunks over long on for 6. So Rabada is bowling from the southern end of the ground. That's where the players stay. So Kohli is batting. So let's watch now. At the northern end, so Kohli is batting at the press box ends as Rabada comes up, bowl to Kohli. And Kohli giving himself room, but Rabada followed him and tried to tuck him up. And they cannot prevent the two. Well run there as that ball ends up right at the edge of the 30-yard circle. So there was Kohli giving himself room. Rabada followed him. He, however, managed to dig it out, and it goes right to the edge of the 30-yard circle, and they were back for 2. Good start to the over here by India. 8 off the first 2 deliveries. Kohli faces up to Rabada. He's on 58 from 50 deliveries. Rabada bowled to Kohli, and Kohli pulled this away down behind square. Good over this for India. 4 more runs. That was short, and he pulled it away. A poor over from Rabada. The big bowler have gone for 12 thus far in his first 3 deliveries. It was short, and he pulled it away down behind square for 4. The score moves up now to 146 for 4. 15 deliveries to go here in the Indian innings, and South Africa do not want it to get away at this time. You see here, Shatu is saying only 13 boundaries so far. India needs to be targeting the 6 plus boundaries over the remaining overs. So they need to get up to 19 and more, but they got 2 out of this overs thus far. Let's watch. Rabada comes into Kohli, and Kohli down the pitch, and he clipped this down to mid-wicket. Only a single. The score moves up now to 147 for 4. 2 to come in over number 18. So there was Kohli coming down the pitch again. So Dwight with his theory. Dwight theory. We can chase 230 scores, so anything less than 200, I am happy. So Christopher Bristol is, Dwight is asking Christopher Bristol if he's learning. Kohli needs boundaries. This is poor batting for this stage of the innings. Well, he just got 2 boundaries. I guess you post that before those 2 boundaries. I understand. Yes. So he has now moved up now to 63 from 52 deliveries. And The run rate have gone above 8.22. You know, come in, Dwight. You need to come on during the innings break, man. You and Basil definitely need to come on and to talk about the match. So we look forward to see you then. As Rabada wide round the wicket to Dubai, and that was wide, and Rabada really losing it here now, and he's probably under pressure. 148 for 4. 148 for 4. So Naki have definitely bowled better than Rabada thus far in this match. And I expect the next 2 overs to be bowled by Jansen and Naki. I don't think Australia is going back to spin. I don't think Bartman playing this match. No, definitely Bartman was not in the 11. I don't see them going back to spin, not at all. Rabada bowled to Dubé, and Dubé slashes this down to the cover boundary. And they got a singer. So, yes, so definitely. One more to the total. And at the end, is it the end of the over? Yes, I think that's the end of the over. 150 for 4. So with 2 overs to go, as we welcome back Andre. 2 overs to go, and Andre will take you through the next 2 overs as 150 for 4 at the end of the over. Welcome back, Andre.
Thank you very much, Carlton. So 150 for 4, as you said. So it's gonna be really, really gonna be interesting to see who will bowl one of the 2 overs, because we know that Nokia will bowl one, but we're not so sure who will bowl the other. But more than likely it will be Jansen. So let us wait and see. So 150 for 4. I'm thinking that India will be probably thinking somewhere in the region of say 180, 185. You know, it will be a very good total as a final. So, you know, I think that will be a very, very competitive total. Shaw is saying that he really,
I think he's referring to Kohli.
Right, yes. And his chances of a strong total. Well, let us see how it goes in the next 2 overs. Yeah, he could have scored a bit faster. Yes, he should have scored faster. But I guess he needs to anchor the innings and not allow India to get in any deeper trouble. So it's Jansen on his way to bowl to Kohli, driving that one. It passes through to go to the keeper. No run scored. It's a score means that 150 for 4. In over number 19, it's bowled by Jansen. He's on 64 from deliveries. Dubé is on 22 from 30 deliveries. So it's a no ball. There was this, but it's actually a no ball, big no ball too. So Virat Kohli will get a chance to score off a free hit. So it's a free hit. Bad way to start by Jansen. He has so far bowled none for 33 from 3 deliveries. It's going to be Virat Kohli, a chance to free his arm with this free hit. It's the bowl to Kohli. He's down the pitch and it misses. He's asking if it's a wide, but he's not saying that. He's quite bemused by the umpire there. Score moves on to 151 for 4. We're in over number 19 by Jansen. Kohli, he's on 64 from 55 deliveries.
I'm not cutting in you, Andre, but when you look at that no ball from Jansen, what I look at is that the batsman was out of his crease also. But they call the bowler no ball. But if the bowler had run out the batsman, a lot of person would be crying. If you're out of your crease, the bowler must run you out.
Yes. And there was Kohli flicking that one by Jansen into the fine leg area and boundary for 4. He's to 68. The score moves on to 155 for 4. 4 deliveries to come in over number 19. Kohli moves to 68 from his deliveries. And freebie, that's actually a freebie there by Marco Jansen to the boundary for 4 by Virat Kohli. Jansen is at the top of his mark. He's going to come to both Kohli. Kohli drives past it to the long off area. The man is a captain, comes out. He feels they come through for us 2 while running deep by Dubé and Kohli. They come through 2 runs there and the score down to 1 for 4. Kohli moves on to 70. He's back on strike. And he's the man that needs to be on strike at this point in time. He's on 70 from 50 deliveries. 3 deliveries to come in over 19. Is at top of his mark, come to bowl to Virat Kohli. Surveys the field once. Captain Markram, he's having a word with his bowler. So it's gonna be is gonna come to bowl to Virat Kohli. He's on his way to bowl to Kohli. Pass by Kohli, who's hitting that one. It's high. It's going on for 6. Magnificent shot. There was Jansen over that one, and Kohli that's coming onto the front and hit that one over the long on boundary. Magnificent by Virat Kohli. He moves to 76. The score moves to 163 for 4. 2 deliveries to come. Over number 19. It's been bowled by Jansen. That was a slow delivery. It was picked up by Virat Kohli and hits that one magnificently for 6 over the long on boundary. It's gonna be Jansen is gonna come. He has 2 coming over number 19. So Kohli moves to 76. Was changed gears right here. He's into third gear now. 76 on 58 deliveries. They're actually changing the ball. So Kohli has gone into third gear here. Let me take a comment in the meantime. Good morning, Mr. Cricket Forecast. I wish West Indies have an opener like Patel. We can bat in and Moti. We can bat. And Moti is jokers. Yeah, but we're really not discussing West Indies cricket at this point in time. It's about the finals, India versus South Africa. So we can do that for another time. And Dwight is saying that Kohli did an excellent job earlier in innings by stemming the loss. And here Jansen hold on to that one. And Kohli is hitting that up in the air. It's going to be taken at the man at long on boundary. So Kohli goes for 76. And there was Kohli trying to repeat and hitting that one to the man at the long on boundary. He goes for 76. So India loses their 5th wicket. It's 163 for 5. Virat Kohli goes for 76 runs. Catch taken by Rabada at the long boundary. The whitish long on boundary, that is. So India loses their 5th wicket. So 163 for 5. Virat Kohli went for 76 from 59 deliveries at a strike rate of 129. 1 delivery to come in over number 19. So India 164 for 5. They're probably hoping for another 17 runs or the boat to see if they can get to that total of 130. So I more than like it's going to be Hardik Pandya to take strike. I'm still waiting on the so it's Pandya. Hardik Pandya hits it there. It's over the keepers down for 4. And there was Jansen pitching that one short. Pandya hitting that one over the head of the keeper. 4 runs. Score moves to 167 for 5 with 1 over to come. So Dubé is on 22. Pandya is off the mark. He's on 4 from 1 delivery. So with 1 over to come, it's 167 for 5. And India inching closer to that total of 180, which will make that very, very, very competitive total in the finals. It's going to be Dubé and strike. It's going to be Anrik Nokia to bowl the final over of the Indian innings. He's going to bowl to Dubé. So Anrik Nokia has the ball. And it's going to be Shivam Dubé to face up to Anrik Nokia. Dube wait. Nokia is on his way. He settles. It's Dube. And Nokia at top of his mark. He's on his way to bowl to Dube. Over the wicket now. Pass the umpire, bowl to Dube. And it's a wide delivery. He will have to re-bowl that one. Score moves to 168 for 5. The wide delivery outside the off stump. So still 6 deliveries to come. It's Dube on strike. Is facing up to Anrik Nokia, the South African speedster. Nokia passes the umpire now. Bowl to Dube, who's hitting that one to the deep middle area. Single is all they'll get. The score moves on to 169. So Dube moves on to 23. Is Pandya, who's back on strike. Score is on 169 for 5 in the final over of the Indian innings. Being bowled by Anrik Nokia. 5 deliveries to come, and there we see the Indian spectators in a very jubilant mood. So Pandya, he settles, he waits on Nokia. Nokia is on his way to bowl to Pandya. Pass umpire, bowl to Pandya, who drives straight to the mid-off area. They go through for a single. That is all they'll get. The score moves to 170 for 5. There's a good bit of bowling by Anrik Nokia. Pandya goes to 5 from 2 deliveries. It's Dube, which is back on strike. The captain Markham is rubbing the ball vigorously. Hands it back to Nokia, who's at the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Shivam Dube. He's on his way now to bowl to Dube. Pass the umpire, bowl to Dube. He's driving that one to the long boundary for 4. And there was Nokia over pitching that one. Dube driving past the mid-on area into the long on boundary for 4 runs. 4 welcome runs there by India. The score moves on to 174 for 5 with 3 deliveries to come in over number 20. It's a lovely shot there by Dube, driving past and beating the man at the mid-on area into the long on boundary for 4. Good shot by Shivam Dube. And it's Nokia to bowl. He's the top of his mark. He's going to come. He's going to try once more to bowl to Dube. He's on 27 from 16 deliveries. From deliveries, rather. Nokia, he goes back to the top of his mark. The Indian total is on 174 for 5. Here's Nokia. He's on his way to bowl to Dube. And he's driving that one to the long off boundary and he's taken. Good catch. Very good catch by Miller. Driving that one, didn't get probably get the towing of the bat into the hands of the long off fielder. Miller takes a very good catch. So India loses their 6th wicket. It's 174 for 6 with 2 deliveries to come in over number 20. In over number 20, being bowled by Anrik Nokia. So there was Dube driving that one straight to the throat of David Miller at the long off boundary. He goes for a well-played 27. So with 2 deliveries to come in the Indian innings, it's 174 for 6. I think you should be seeing Jadeja should be coming out to face the music. So 2 deliveries to come in over number 20. The final over for the Indian innings. 174 for 6. So it is Jadeja that will be coming out. He's going to come face the music. He's going to come face, and he's driving his Jadeja to the deep cover area. They go through for 1. They come through for 2. That is all they'll get. So the score moves on to 176 for 6. 1 delivery to come in the innings. So 176 for 6. They're still searching for that total of 180. Just a single delivery to come. Let us see how they will end up. It's 176 for 6. Jadeja to face the final delivery of the Indian innings. It's Nokia at the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Jadeja. He's on his way, passes the umpire now, bowl to Jadeja. He's driving that one. It's hitting that one in the air. Will he be taken? Oh, yes, brilliantly taken indeed. Absolute brilliant catch by Maharaj. And there was Jadeja, slow delivery by Nokia, driving that one in the air. And Maharaj took a fine catch to end the Indian innings at 176 for 7. So the end of the 20 overs, India 176 for 7. Over to you, Carlton.
Yes, I think that this total is probably one of those it's probably on the higher side of the mid-range total. It's going to be a very interesting match because I think the pitch has settled down. I just think that probably Kohli went too slow for too long. And although he stepped on it in the last few deliveries, his strike rate was still below 130. I think about 128 or something like that. So it's going to be very, very interesting. The psychological warfare started. India is trying to give the impression that this is above par. You will never know how good the pitch is until the other team batted on it. But I really think at this time, it's a mid-range total, but on the higher end of the mid-range total. And it's left to be seen. Mangana is saying that South Africa was bowling to take wickets in the last 3 overs instead of trying to restrict runs. But then they will counter to say that the best way to restrict runs is really to take wickets. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Jamor Sumal is saying that maybe the pitch playing tricky. That's why the batting is so slow. Was so slow earlier. Could be. It could be. But it's a very good bowling attack by that India has. You have Ashdeep, you have Bumrah, you have Kuldeep. It's Hardik Pandya, Axar Patel. I think though that South Africa can get these runs. I am leaning at this stage. I'm leaning towards South Africa to win this match. I think that South Africa is going to get the 177 that is required. Bumrah will be key though for India. What's your thought, Andre?
Yeah, I do believe so that this is a total that is very much gettable, and I'd see no demons in this pitch. I thought that Virat Kohli was a bit too slow. I thought it was a very easy pace pitch. So there's no reason that South Africa should not be able to get this total. And I see as good as an attack that India has, I think there's still a bit of a weak link in Hardik Pandya. And I think that Hardik Pandya might be the man that they target. And all the spinners will have to bowl really well. And a lot will really depend on Bumrah to get them off to a good start by getting some early wickets. But I see this total as a very chaseable one, so South Africa will be very, very confident at the end of the Indian innings.
I look back at the England match, and Axar Patel, I think, got 3 wickets, getting a wicket with the first delivery of his first 3 overs. And I look back at that England innings, and I'm yet to convince which of the England batsmen really was out and that gave away their wicket. I was even wondering if this match was straightforward or something, because the Indian batsmen were just clearly giving away their wickets. And I look back at it, and I definitely hope then that this won't happen in the case of the South African batsmen today.
Because, there are no devils in the pitch, as I said earlier. It's pretty even pace pitch. Once you get your eye in, there's no reason for you not to score and score heavily on this pitch. So it's going to be just for the South African batsmen to apply themselves and apply the pressure on the Indian bowlers, because, as you said, there are no the reasons why that South Africa, the England lost so many wickets is as a result of them giving away their wickets. So it's not a case where you see any ball or anything like that.
Thank you, Andrea. I will see you.
Yeah.
So it's Ashdeep Singh. Hello and welcome back to everyone. We are here for the start of the South African innings. Ashdeep Singh over the wicket, bowled to Hendricks, who plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. So let's give you the feel for the Indians. There's a short third man, there's a backward point, there's a cover, there's an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a backward square leg on the boundary, and a fine leg on the boundary. So that's the feel for India as Ashdeep Singh start the innings for India. South Africa with Hendricks facing up to Singh, who's over the wicket now, up to the wicket and bowled to Hendricks, and Hendricks pushes at that one, but it didn't take the edge. It goes on the bounce to punt, however, and there is no run. So after two deliveries, South Africa, yes, it did came off the bat. It came off the face of the bat as he looks to guide that away. And initially, I thought that it was beaten outside the off stump, but it was on the bounce to punt. And so Hendricks lives to fight another delivery in the final of the T20 Cricket World Cup. Singh over the wicket, bowl to Hendricks, and Hendricks turned this away down to fine leg. Stifled appeal by Ashdeep Singh. That definitely pitches outside the legs. Let's watch to see if it comes off the bat or it was leg by. One to the total, so it's leg by. So one leg by, so Hendricks remained on naught, and Quinton de Kock comes into strike. He doesn't look the same confident person here. I'm getting the impression here that Quinton de Kock is a little nervous, but it's left to be seen as Andre will join us at the end of over number 2. He's already here in the studio with us, but Quinton de Kock just look a little nervous at this moment. Is that the same? Is that the same? You know, that you could read his body language and say that's a confident man. There's a wind at 30 miles per hour blowing across the ground, 30 kilometers. Bowl to de Kock, and de Kock drives down to the man at mid-wicket. That's the captain, Rohit Sharma, coming across to his right hand field. That was off the inner portion of the bat. There's no run after that delivery. So both South African batsmen are yet to get off the mark. Hendricks is not, de Kock is not. South Africa won without loss after 4 deliveries in over number 1 of their innings. Let's watch as Ashdeep Singh is going to come over the wicket to bowl to de Kock. The wicketkeeper batsman is dangerous. Bowl to de Kock, and de Kock cuts this away, beat the backward point, and it will go. Well, there's a third man, so they change the field. Also, they change the field to de Kock for de Kock. So they have the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary, and the third man, they do not have a fine leg for de Kock. So de Kock is off the mark. De Kock, his name, is off the mark. He's on 1. South Africa are 2 without loss in the first over of their reply. So it's going to be very, very interesting. And so there's a lot of persons who is bringing South Africa. Mr. Casanova, welcome. Ashdeep, bowl to Hendricks, who flashes this away down to the backward point boundary for 4. It pitched up in the arc and he drove at it. It got the outer portion of the bat, but he drove hard and it went down to the backward point boundary for 4. So after 1 over, South Africa looking to get 177 to win. They are 6 without loss. Mr. Casanova is saying, no, let's read. Kush is saying, Mr. Brown, how do you see Kohli innings? Well, I would have said it already, Kush, that I think he was a bit slow. A strike rate of 128, not going to cut it. You need that person to anchor the innings, but not at 128. He needs to be at least 135. So I think it was a bit slow. Although in the last few deliveries, he tried to step it up, but overall, he was a bit slow. He needed to anchor the innings, but not that slow. And if India lose this match, there'll be a lot of talk. He will come under a lot of criticism for that innings. So he better hope that India win, because that's what persons will be pointing to. His critics will be pointing to that innings. Bumrah is it now. Who's going to come in? He's going to bowl to de Kock. who's on one. He's in, bowl to the cock, and the cock beaten outside the half stump. That ball seems away. And you can see there's a different level when Bumrah is bowling. Mr. Cricket Forum, it's runs on the board that makes a difference most time. Yes, Dennis Barnaby, I take that scoreboard pressure. And as I said, this is that sort of total, a mid-range total, but the up at the higher end of the mid-range total, I don't think it's a big total, but scoreboard pressure really can tell, especially in a final. I take your point. Over the wicket, bowl to the cock, and the cock looking to whip this down the leg side. It misses, pant did not collect. Will they signal wide? It didn't come off the pad. Let's wait on the umpire. Leg bite came off the pad. So one leg bite there. 7 without loss. So Dennis Barnaby, I take the point about scoreboard pressure. Kohli finally came good after having such a poor World Cup. He might just have saved the Indians today. But let's see how South Africa bats. Yes, but it runs is runs. You know, you cannot take away that. But did he go too slowly? It's left to see. Hope South Africa can pull this off. Okay, Alf Brown is saying that hope South Africa. Yeah, I got you. As Bumrah comes in over the wicket now, he bowls to Hendricks, and Hendricks is bowled. That is Bumrah at his very best. For a moment, it looks like Hendricks has everything behind it, but he's out bowled Bumrah at his very best, and he's struck again. And Bumrah is going to be very, very important for India in this run chase. So Hendricks didn't know what hit him. He's gone for 4, bowled by Bumrah. He covers up everything, and then the stump knocked back. Let's watch the replay. Bumrah comes into him. He covers up everything. Oh, what a beauty. It was an absolute beauty. What a delivery to bowl in the final of the World Cup. It came in on the angle, touched them about mid and off, and then straighten ever so slightly. And when you get a delivery like that, you just have to give credit to the bowler and said, well bowled. It was an absolute peach of a delivery. What a delivery. This guy Bumrah can bowl. He is absolutely a genius. It's serving, and then it just straightened. I told you, I think yesterday or Thursday, that I saw Bumrah warming up before the Afghanistan match. And what he was getting that ball to do, you heard commentators sometimes say that the bowler has the ball on a string. Bumrah it was not literally, but Bumrah had that ball on a string. It just appears that he could do anything. And just watching him live, and to see how that ball just moving all over the place and just cutting in and out. Wow, it was a joy to behold. What a Sharma rallying the troops. Yes, this man Bumrah though is going to be very key here. Very, very key. South Africa needs to win anything, maybe a champion trophy back in the day. It was an absolute beauty. He had no choice. He has no chance. Sorry. What a delivery from Bumrah. As Markram now, the South African captain, faces up to Bumrah, and boom off the back foot, and he plays this down to the field on the cover boundary, who cannot come across in time, and it goes into the boundary. Lovely shot by Markram. He hit that at the top of the bounce. Wow, what a good shot there. What a follow-up to Bumrah delivery just now. It was a great delivery, but it was an equally brilliant shot from Markram at the top of the bounce, and he hit it down back with a point. Third man could not come across, and it goes into the boundary for 4. South Africa moves up to 11 for 1 in over number 2. Good shot there by Markram. Oh, lovely shot. Bumrah was on his way in, and he just pulled up at the last moment, and so he will walk back to the top of his mark. He's key here for England. Yes, Bumrah did strike. Yes, one down. Look like I have to pay Bumrah to come play for us, Jamor Somali. He is an absolute beauty. Look at that delivery. How do you play that? Tell me now, especially early in your innings. Bowl to Markram, who allows that to go through outside the half stump. There's no run. There's a slip in place for Bumrah here. He's really, really working up ahead of steam here. And I would give him the next over. Generally speaking, India would bowl him 1 now and come back and bowl him the last over in the power play. But I'm giving him the 4th over to bowl. He needs to see with this ball darting all over the place. Look at that seam position. Look at that seam position. He comes in now. He's bowled to Markram, and Markram defends, solid in defense. Good back there. 11 for 1 at the end of over number 2. I will now hand over to Andre to take you through the next 2 overs as he enjoy this magnificent spell from Bumrah, who's what a over it was by Bumrah. Andre.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Carlton. That was a peach of a delivery by Jasprit Bumrah, who at this point in time is the greatest, is the best T20 bowler there is at this point in time. He got certainly a Jaffa from Hendrik Scott. And there is Arshdeep Singh's driving is Quinton de Kock. So a single taken to mid-on. The score moves on to 13. Is it 13 for 1 in over number 3? Being bowled by Arshdeep Singh. The Cock is on 2 from 5 deliveries. Markram is on 4. A lovely square drive from Bumrah that got Markram off the mark. He's on 4 from 3 deliveries. The score is on 12 for 1. It's Arshdeep Singh at the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to the South African captain, Aiden Markram. So it's Arshdeep Singh, the left arm fast medium bowler from India, on his way to bowl to Markram. Markram is just driving that one off the outer portion. It goes to the man at the backward point area. There's no run scored. The score remains on 12 for 1. In over number 3, it's been bowled by Arshdeep Singh. Good start here by the Indians. So the 2 umpires are Chris Gaffney, the New Zealander, standing in his 50th T20 match, and Richard Illingworth, the Englishman. So it's Arshdeep Singh is going to come to bowl to Markram. On his way, bowl to Markram. Markram is driving at that one. He's out. He's loud appeal. Yes, he's gone. And there was Ed Markram driving. That's a nothing shot. The South Africans have lost their second wicket. It's 12 for 2. It's just a mirror of the Indian innings thus far. Aiden Markram goes 12 for 2, and South Africa is in a spot of bother here. Wide delivery, driving, took the outside edge, and well caught by Rishpa Pant. So the South African captain goes, he's gone for 4. So South Africa in a spot of bother at 12 for 2 in over number 3. So Markram goes to 4 from 5 deliveries. Over number 3 being bowled by Arshdeep Singh. So wickets each for Arshdeep and for Jasprit Bumrah. And Kush Sain's Bumrah is literally unplayable. Yeah, I mean, he has been pretty good. He's an excellent T20 bowler and one of the best the game has seen at this format. Mr. Casanova says, such a beautiful stadium, about jealous stadium, a bit jealous Jamaica stadium, not so beautiful. The sports minister there acquiring 550 US to fix up Trelawney Stadium but it seems the way too much money just for one stadium. Okay, Mr. Casanova, I'm still not sure about that 550 US. I don't think it's 550 US. I think it's 550 million Jamaica, but that's for another discussion. So it's the Stubbs who is coming out. He's taking stride from Archie, and Stubbs is driving that one, the square driving that one to the third man area. Go through for 1. That is all they'll get. And there was Archie Singh pitching that one outside off stump, and Tristan Stubbs driving that one, came out the outer portion of the bat to the man at the deep point boundary. A single is all they'll get. So Stubbs is off the mark. It brings the Cock back on strike, and the Cock will be very, very important here for the South Africans. So Markram, he has ended a very wretched World Cup tournament. Arshdeep Singh is on his way to bowl to the Cock, pass umpire, bowl to the Cock, and he's trying to pull out that one. It's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. They're thinking about it. They're thinking about going for the reviews. This is a very important wicket of Quinton de Kock. A bit of consultation being done here. But yes, they have reviewed the decision. The decision reviewed because they know that the Kock is a very huge wicket. And they would mind seeing the back of him very, very early. So decision reviewed. We're in over number 3, being bowled by Arshdeep Singh. Arshdeep Singh is on, that's a, yes, Arshdeep Singh bowl. Let us see, watching it.
Unmute your mic, Andre. Yes.
Yes. I muted it deliberately. Yeah, I muted that. Yes. So it is. Let us see. It is gonna be. It's passed very, very closely to the gloves. Let us see, but it's actually not out. It's not out. So wasted review there by the Indians. So they have lost 1 review. So they have one review remaining. So it's gonna be the cock who will face the final delivery of over number 3, being bowled by Arshdeep Singh. It's 13 for 2. Is Arshdeep Singh is on his way to bowl to the cock, and the cock is just driving that one to the long on area. The man from mid on comes around the field, a single taken. So at the end of over number 3, it is 14 for 2. The cock is on 3 from 7. Tristan Sub is on 1, and South Africa is in a spot of bother at 14 for 2 at the end of over number 3. Let me take some of your comments. Oh, no, South Africa choking. Shake my head, says Mr. Casanova. Okay, still a long way to go. Donald P. say, good afternoon, Carlton Brown. And guess I think India is happy. I think they will be the happier of the two at this point in time. I agree. Alf Brown says, look like another anticlimax. It's still a long way to go. Let us see how it will turn out. It's going to be Bumrah bowls to the cock, who edges at one pass to the first slip area into the boundary for 4. Flirting with danger there is Quinton the cock. Just edge that one pass the first slip area into the third man boundary for 4. The score moves on to 18 for 2. And Bumrah at it again. But I think it was more of a deliberate shot there by the cock. Passing the man at the first slip area into the third man boundary for 4. The score moves on to 18 for 2 in over number 4, being bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. Here's Bumrah on his way to bowl to the cock again. The cock is driving that one through the covers. They go through for 1. They come back for 2. So Jadeja retrieves. So 2 is all they'll get. The score moves on to 20 for 2. That's a lovely looking shot there by the cock. In over number 4, being bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. So over number 4. So Bumrah at the top of his mark is going to come to bowl to the cock. After that lovely drive through the covers. Let us see. The cock, he settles, he waits on Bumrah. Bumrah is around the wicket this time around. On his way past the umpire, bowl to the cock, who just flick that one to the square leg area. They go through for an easy single. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 21 for 2. The cock is into double figures. He's now on 10 from 10 deliveries. Stubbs is back on strike. In over number 4, being bowled by the magnificent Jasprit Bumrah. So far, taking the wicket off the opener, Reza Hendricks, with a peach of a delivery. 21 for 2. Over number 4. Bumrah so far taken 1 for 11. Is Stubbs. He has so far faced a single delivery. He's on 1. Is Bumrah. He's on his way to bowl to Tristan Stubbs. Pass umpire now. Bowl to Stubbs. Stubbs is flicking that one to the short mid-wicket area. There's no run scored. The fielder, I think the captain, he feels. The score means on 21 for 2. Stubbs is on 1 from 2 deliveries. The cock is on 10 from 10. And over number 4, being bowled by Bumrah. Bumrah is at the top of his mark. A very short run-up is the great Jasprit Bumrah. He's on his way now. He's going to bowl to Stubbs. He passes the umpire just about now. Bowl to Stubbs. Stubbs is driving just to the man at the short cover area. No runs is scored. Score remains on 21 for 2. Pressure is building here on the South Africans. Really good bowling by Jasprit Bumrah, the very skilled Indian fast medium bowler. Bumrah is going to bowl the final delivery of the fourth over. He's going to bowl to Tristan Stubbs. He stops, he settles, he waits. And here is Bumrah. He's on his way to bowl to Stubbs, and Stubbs is flicking that one to the final area. A single is all they'll get. So at the end of over number 4, it's 22 for 2. It's all twos. So it's going to be Stubbs who will face the beginning of the 5th over. It is now over to you, Carlton, to start over number 5.
Thank you very much, Andre. You know, it's going to be very interesting. I think it was a loose shot by Markram. Some would say the shot was on, but I think it was a loose shot. I think you just need to see off arch dip. It's going to be very, very interesting here. And as I said, the match remains in the balance because the South African batting is not all that of a weak batting. Now, I want to respond to Mr. Casanova, and I always said I do not want to go down this road, but he posted a comment, so I just want to state the facts behind it. He said $550 US. I know that when you asked him, Andre, you were trying to tell him that it's $550 million US. Axar bowled to Stubbs, who moves across his stump and try to hit this over the onside, and there is no run. 22 for 2 in over number 5. So it's not only about the facilities, not only about a sporting complex, and I'll come to the sport complex part a little later, as Axar bowl to Stubbs, and Stubbs cuts this away, beat backward point, it go into the boundary for 4, 26 now for 2 in over number 5. So just responding to Mr. Casanova to just transparency and state the fact. What the Observer actually said, the Sport Tourism Development also proposed the construction of high-rise condominiums and a hotel. So that $550 million will also go towards hotel. And it also, and this is what it says. And just looking at what it says, because we just need to bring transparency. It will accommodate 21 sporting disciplines, and it's not the government investing the money. Axar Patel comes in bowl to Stubbs down the pitch and drives this down to long off for a single. The score moves up to 27 for 2. Stubbs is on 7 from 8, and the cock is on 10 from 10. It also said it will accommodate 21 sporting disciplines, host international games, award ceremonies, and serve as a training ground. So that's it will accommodate 21 sporting discipline, host international games, award ceremony, and serve as a training ground. The cock off the back foot and cuts this down to the cover boundary for 4. 31 now for 2. South Africa in over number 5. You know, and I must make the point: the $550 million, according to the Observer, is not taxpayers' money, but it's private sector money going into a PPP, what they call a private public sector partnership. The cop just guiding this away to the right of the man at backward point, and I get a single. The score moves up now to 32 at the end of over number 5. So just let me finish up this quickly because Mr. Casanova has posted, and I do not want to get any further into it because we don't want to bring those things, but we just need clarity and transparency because we cannot say one thing and don't say the other thing. And so it said the facility at the Trelawney will accommodate 21 sporting disciplines, host international games, award ceremony, and serve as a training ground. That's what it says. And it said, this sport tourism development also proposes the construction of high-rise condominiums and a hotel. And the negotiation is ongoing. It is not yet finalized. It's $550 million US, and it's private sector money. So I just want to bring clarity on that. 32 for 2 after 5 overs. I feel the cock is the key for South Africa to win this match, said Michael Douglas. And that's Kuldeep comes into the attack, bowl to the cock, and the cock turns away into the onside for a single. The score moves up now to 33 for 2. And it's very interesting that because India got those 2 wickets, they held back Bumrah. If they never got any wicket, then Bumrah would have bowled 2 overs already. And that is key. At all time, Bumrah have 3 overs in the bag. and it's left to be seen how late before they bowl Bumrah. I think he should have bowled another over already with that new ball, with the newer ball, because as it gets older, it's probably easier for the South African to bat him. Let's watch as Kuldeep comes in now, bowl to Stubbs, and Stubbs hit this over the top. The fielder running back, they will get one. The ball sort of plug. It didn't it didn't roll away. It just plugged, and they come back for 2:35 now for 2 in over number 6. So India trying Kuldeep in the power play. Very interesting. This is I heard Dwight saying a sign of arrogance. This could be arrogance at its maximum here. 4 deliveries to come. Sorry about that. I apologize. Kuldeep comes in over the wicket, bowl to Stubbs, and Stubbs hit this hard down the ground, diving a foot by the fielder coming around from long on. They will get 2 here, and I guess the score will move up now to 37. Whoa, they did get 2. 5 from this over thus far, and Stubbs seem to be picking Kuldeep quite well here. For they need, and with Klaasen to come, Miller to come, this match is far from over. It's going to be very interesting, as I said, about those Bumrah over. 3 deliver gone in over number 6. Kuldeep Yadav comes in, bowl to Stubbs, and Stubbs hit this down to long on. They'll get a single this time. It's straighter to the long on fielder, and they will drag walk a single. The score moves up now to 38 for 2. 2 to come in over number 6. And Mikel is saying the longer the cock bat, the higher the chance of South Africa winning. It definitely. Klaasen and Miller has to come good today. It is very interesting, Mr. Casanova. I hope they do. The South African supporters will be hoping that they don't bat, because if these 2 continues to bat, those 2 don't need to bat, and South Africa will definitely win. So that's what their supporters will tell you. You have bowled to the cock, uses his feet. He didn't quite get the length he wanted. He didn't quite get the line or the length he wanted, and he just blocked it back down the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. 1 to come in over number 6. After this, we'll welcome back Andre as the cock. They're just making some adjustment in the field here. Let's see what is happening here. The adjustment has been made. The cock comes, not the cock. Kuldeep comes into the cock, and he cuts this away down to backward point for 4. So lovely shot there by the cock. That will push the score up to 43. So 43 for 2 at the end of the power play. South Africa really keeping this match very interesting. It continues to be tight. 43 for 2 at the end of the power play, Andre. The match continues to be tight.
Very much. It's very interestingly poised right at this point in time. South Africa, having lost those 2 early wickets, they have found themselves back on track with the partnership between De Kock and Stubbs. So it is really, really exciting times ahead. It's going to be very interesting to see, the next 5 or 6 overs will probably go a long way in trying to decide who ends up being the victor. And Randy Williams is saying that South Africa the cock and Klaasen the key. Klaasen because the way he plays spin. Yes, and we know that Klaasen is an excellent player of spin bowling, and is going to be very, very key indeed. And so it's going to be very important the next few overs to see how the cock and Tristan Stubbs they play spin. And here is the spin of Axar Patel. Bowl to Stubbs is on the back foot and is playing that one to the deep cover area. They go through for a single. That is all they'll get. Stubbs, he moves on to 13. The cock is on 20 from 15 deliveries. He's back on strike. He's going to face the bowling of the left arm orthodox spin of Axar Patel. Patel, he tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's going to bowl to the cock. Around the wicket, bowl to the cock, and the cock is driving that one to the long off fielder. That is all they'll get. The scores goes on to 44. The cock moves on to 21 from 16 deliveries. Stubbs is back on strike. He's going to face the bowling of Axar Patel. Patel, at the top of his mark, he's going to come around the wicket to bowl to Tristan Stubbs. Stubbs settles. He waits on Patel, who slugs sweeping that one to the deep mid-wicket area for 4. And there was Axar Patel fighting that one, and Tristan Stubbs quick to slug sweep that one into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. The score moves on to 48 for 2, and Stubbs moves on to 17. South African here on a roll right now. It's a lovely slug sweep shot here by Tristan Stubbs. A very, very confident shot from the young man from South Africa. He's on to 17. He's back waiting for Axar Patel. He's around the wicket, bow to Stubbs on the back foot and just playing that one to the deep cover area. A single is all they'll get. It's Shivam Dubey that comes in and returns the ball to Pant. The score moves on to 49 for 2. Stubbs is on 18. The cock is back on strike. He's on 21 from 16 deliveries. So it's going to be the cock to face Axar Patel. Patel is around the wicket to bowl to the cock, who's just sweeping that one to the short final area. No run scored. The score remains on 49 for 2 in over number 7. South Africans looking very confident at this point in time. Patel bowled to the cock, and the cock is trying to sweep that one, pitch outside the leg stump. No run scored. So at the end of over number 7, it is 49 for 2, exactly 7 runs per over. The cock is on 21, and it's Tristan Stubbs is on 18 at the end of over number 7. Let me take some of your comments. Let me just read some more comments. I read that one already, so let me see if there are any other comments there. Oh, Mr. Cricket for me, he said once the ball gets older, it will be easier to bat, which is right. It was any other bowler. All right. Oh, let me just stop right there as Stubbs drives this down the ground for 4. And there was Kuldeep over pitching that one. And there was Stubbs on the front, driving lovely shot to the boundary for 4. Tristan Stubbs looked like a man on form here. He looks very confident. He looks a very, very focused man. Lovely off drive for 4. It's a really good shot there by Tristan Stubbs. Here is Kuldeep bowled to Stubbs that is driving to long on. They go through for 1. That is all they'll get. Stubbs is on to 23. Is the cock. Is back on strike. He's on 21 from 18. Kuldeep. And there we see the spectators in New York City, in Manhattan. They're looking quite pensive at this point in time. At the Fan Park in Manhattan. Kuldeep bowled to the cock. Who turns that one to short fire leg. They go through for a quick single. They got it. The score moves on to 55 for 2. Being done really nicely here by the cock and Stubbs. A really nice partnership building. Stubbs is on 23. Current partnership is 43 from 30. So really well done here by Stubbs and by the cock. From the senior pro and the young buck. Here's Kuldeep Yadav. He's going to bowl to Tristan Stubbs. Bowl to Stubbs. He's just flicking that one to the deep mid-wicket area. They go through for 1. A single is all they'll get. The score moves on to 56 for 2. In over number 8, they've been bowled by Kuldeep Yadav. Stubbs looking very busy at the wicket. He's on 24 from 17 deliveries. The cock is on 22. The cock faces Stubbs once, faces Kuldeep once more. Kuldeep is on his way to bowl to the cock. Passes umpire, bowl to the cock outside of Stubbs. Is driving right back to the bowler. No run scored. The cock remains on 22 from 20 deliveries. The score is on 56 for 2 in over number 8, being bowled by Kuldeep Yadav. It's Kuldeep to bowl final delivery of over number 8. So far, 8 runs taken. 7 runs taken, rather. Kuldeep, bowl to the cock. Bowl to the cock. The cock is hitting that one high, hard. It's going for 6. Magnificent runs onto the roof, out of the ground for 6. Magnificently played by the cock. And there was Kuldeep fighting that one, giving it a well slug swept by the cock. He moves to 28. At the end of over number 8, it is what, 64 for 2. Over to you, Carlton. India, South Africa looking very purposeful, looking very businesslike. They look very focused.
Thank you very much, Andre. So they are 62 for 2 after 8 overs, and I expect to see Bumrah back into the attack. India cannot allow this partnership to develop much longer. As Magona is saying, both Magona and Mr. Casanova want these 2 batsmen to bat further. And so Vishnu and Narayan, yes, they are chasing 177. But I expect that Bumrah will come back into the attack. I do not see him just staying there and this partnership being allowed to develop. I don't see them going to Pandya. I just think that it's time now for Bumrah. Ashdeep already bowled 2. They'll want to save Ashdeep 2 for the next set of 10 overs. So I think it's time for Bumrah. Let's see what is going to happen here. It's Axar. They are going with Axar Patel to bowl his third. Very interesting decision here. They're probably trying to get Axar Patel out of the way as quickly as possible. 62 for 2, South Africa. That's just about what? 7.5, 7.75 there. That's about it, 3/4. Yes, 7.75 runs per over. That's the strike rate they're going to now. So that it's probably the rate is now probably moving up closer to 10 at this time, the required rate. But it's very important that these two remain at the crease for South Africa's sake. Patel round the wicket to bowl to Stubbs, and Stubbs hit this in the air over the top. The fielder coming around, cannot get there. Let's see if it's one bounce. I suppose all the way. It's all the way in the air. And Axar Patel with his under Kimber wondering why the fielder was not in that position. But this is good from South Africa. They move up to 68. Any pressure that India comes under, they will crack. I'm telling you, it's because they always have things so easy. If they come under pressure, they are going to crack. And he just gives himself room and hit this down to the field on the cover boundary for a single, 69 now for 2. Put some pressure on India and see how they will react. They will start get fidgety. Rohit Sharma will start get miserable and you will start even bashing the umpires. So just put some pressure on them. This is good from South Africa thus far. Axar Patel in, bowl to the cock, who went for the reverse sweep there, and they go through for a quick single that taken on the pad. There was no appeal. It probably hit him outside the line of the leg stump. Let's see. Did he get some bat on that, or was it leg by? 70 for 2. So the cock is on 29. Stubbs is on 31. Why do you need to play the reverse sweep after you hit the first ball for 6? Stand up and hit the other balls then for 6 too. No cheeky shot. You have the upper hand. I don't like that reverse sweep, especially when you're on top in the over. Axar bowl to Stubbs, and Stubbs cuts this away. Cannot beat the diving effort of the field at backward point, and there is no run. So Axar is in his third over. None for 25 thus far. 2 to come in his third. 2 to come in over number 9. He's round the wicket, bowled to Stubbs, and Stubbs hit this away. Bowled. He went too far across his stump, and Axar Patel just fired it into the half stump, bowling behind his leg. But he was way outside his half stump. Well bowled by Axar Patel. I love that from him. And Stubbs goes, and South Africa lose a crucial wicket at a very important time. This is good for India, as South Africa are now 70 for 3 in over number 9. That shot was not called for, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You hit the ball for 6, stand up, and if you get 1 or 2 of the remaining deliveries in the over will still go for 13. Why that cheeky shot? That's the exact point I am making. The first ball gone for 6. Why Stubbs need to play that shot? I just do not know. This is not about the trophy. It's also about being undefeated. And Dwight Chatto's, what happened between Dwight and Christopher now? Are you now understand the importance of preserving wickets early in the games? India now need to find a way to break this partnership. Well, luckily for them, Dwight, Stubbs just gave it to them like that. He's definitely looking dangerous. Yes, it's a big blow. Klaasen need to stay. Well, yes, definitely Klaasen need to stay. But the point I'm trying to make, you hit the first ball for 6. You get singles after the next 2-3 deliveries. You're gone 8 out of the over already. 3 deliveries to come. Why you need to play that shot? That shot was just uncalled for. Absolutely uncalled for. And I just don't know what's going to look at that. I just don't know what's going through these batsmen. You know, bowl to Klaasen. Klaasen turned that down the leg side. They will go through for a single. Let's watch the signal from the umpire. Leg by 71 for 3. 1 to come in over number 9. The cock who's on 29 comes back into strike. And this just keep the pressure on the South African batsmen. They are not allowed now to express themselves when there was absolutely no need for that shot. I cannot see the need for it. The first delivery went for 6. Somebody, maybe it's wrong with me, but the first delivery went for 6. I'm not saying that you should not be looking more 6, because that's Dwight theory, think that you should just block on it, you know. But I'm saying that those you should be looking to maximize the over without taking any risk. Maximize the over without taking any risk, because you already hit the first ball for 6. 8 already gone off the first 3 deliveries of the over. You can maximize it without taking any risk. He took a risk and he's gone and let India back in the game, because at 69, 69 for 2, South Africa were definitely on top. So after 9 overs, 9-7, 63, 9-9, 81, 9-8, 72. So they are just 1 run behind 8 runs per over. As Pandya comes into the bowling attack, Pandya would not have come into the attack if they would have gone for Bumrah now if Stubbs did not out. Pandya over the wicket bowls to Klaasen, and Klaasen plays this to the man at short cover, and there is no run. The score remains at 71 for 3. Yes, they would have gone for Bumrah. I don't know. Stubbs, you cannot consider Stubbs to be no longer inexperienced. He is the highest paid cricketer in the SA20. Isn't he the highest paid cricketer in the SA20? You cannot consider him to be no longer. And he has been playing cricket all over the world. He played in the IPL. Can't no longer consider him to be inexperienced. Bowl to Klaasen. Klaasen plays this to the man at mid-on, and there is no run. And that's what happened when you gave away your wicket. Klaasen needs to show why he's so highly rated in franchise cricket. Definitely need to do. So, definitely, if Stubbs was not out, there's no way. And I think at this stage, the match is probably swung back in the balance. And you always have to be thinking about those Jasper Bumrah 3 overs to come. That always has to be in the back of your head. Jasper Bumrah 3 overs. There's the key. Klaasen face up to Pandya over the wicket to bowl to him, and he's trying to pull this, but he's not timing it right because you need some time. You need a little time to secure in on this pitch, and that's why. Do I say we have a lovely T20 game happening? 71 for 3, needing 106 to win from 10.3 overs. So it's going to be very interesting to see what is happening here. So there's looking at the field for Bumrah. So there's a long on, there's a third man, there's a fine leg, there's a cover on the boundary. Not Bumrah, for Pandya. He comes in now to bowl to Klaasen. And Klaasen cuts this away, down towards the cover boundary. Did it go all the way? Let's see. So that was short, wide, begging to be hit, and he cut it away over the boundary for 6. Lovely shot, 77 for 3. So South Africa now moves up to 77 for 3. That was short outside the half stump, and Bumrah said, thank you very much. And not Bumrah, sorry, I keep on saying Bumrah because Bumrah is in the back of my head because I know how important those 3 Bumrah overs are going to be. But it was Klaasen. Pandya just short outside the half stump. He comes in now, bowl to Klaasen, and Klaasen now just eases the pressure by stroking this one down to long on. So that's what that short wide ball does. After Klaasen cut it away for 6 now, it eases the pressure, and he could simply just stroke the next delivery down to long on for a single. The score will tick over now to 78. It means that South Africa need double figures to win. Very interesting. 99 no more needed from 61 deliveries. So 99 needed from 61 deliveries. The last delivery of over number 10. As at the end of this over, we'll welcome back Andre. Pandya and Mr. Casanova is saying Pandya looks completely different. Bumrah has 2 over left, not 3. So that was that a no ball? Yes, it's a no ball. It's a free hit. He balled 2 overs. I probably missed this second over. Thank you very much, Michael Douglas, for correcting me there. I appreciate it. Well, I probably missed this second over. In bold, it's a free hit, and he hit this high in the air. It doesn't seem to have the distance, but it's a free hit. They will get a single though, and so the score moves up now to 80 for 3. It didn't go far, it goes high, and so a free hit, 80 for 3. Well bowled, Pandya. Only one coming from the free hit. The cap would have loved to have connected that in the sweet spot, but it go high instead of far, and so only one. So 80 for 3, 1 to come in over number 10. As he comes in now to bowl to Klaasen. He begins to make his move in now. He's over the wicket. Hop to the wicket now and bowl to Klaasen, and Klaasen pull this away. It's a nothing delivery, but there's a fielder on the fine leg boundary, and there's also one on the backward square leg boundary. It's Kuldeep who is on the fine leg boundary. That picks up 81 for 3 at the end of 10 overs. Andre, this match definitely in the balance.
Very much in the balance, very, very interestingly, excitingly poised, because I think that if South Africa had not lost the wicket of Stubbs, I think they would have been ahead. But the fact that they have lost that wicket, I think that just it has tilted it back in the balance. And this partnership is very important because we know that South Africa batting is not really deep. I think they have a very long tail. So a lot will be dependent on these two with Miller and Janssen. We know that Janssen has ability, but it's a pressure situation. It's a finals, and we know that it's going to be very, very. It's a lot of pressure, so it's going to be very interesting to see the approach. So these two will have to, I think, will have to bat and take it very deep in order for South Africa to have a good chance of winning this game.
Yes, and that is so true. As I said, I just think it is in the balance. But importantly, though, is that South Africa have less than 100 runs to get, and as Dwight Chateau said, this is developing into a real lovely T20 match. Indeed, it is good for the final. As I said, that mid-range total and the upper level of the mid-range total, but nonetheless, I still
Yes.
consider it a mid-range total. South Africa would have wished they were chasing probably 155,
Right.
and at this time they would have definitely be in the driver's seat. But India got those 20 extra runs to push them just that little further. So it's gonna be a good match. Over to you, Andre.
Yes, very good match indeed. And with 4 overs to come between Arshdeep and Bumrah, we know how good they are, especially at the death. It's going to be very interesting. So South Africa might want to step on the accelerator here against the spinners. And we know how good they are, especially Henry Klaasen against the spin bowling. So it's going to be interesting to see the approach taken by Bumrah and by the cock. So the longer they bat, the deeper they bat, the easier it will be for South Africa to try and chase this total to win their first world championship. So a lot depending on the cock and on Henrik Klaasen to see how well they can take this match, how deep they can take this match, and if they can take it home for the South Africans. Let me take some more comments in the meantime. So it's going to be over number 11. We're going to start. It's 81 for 3. It's going to be Henrik Klaasen. He's going to take strike. He's going to face, let me see, it's going to be the bowling of Jadeja who comes into the attack. So Jadeja is going to come to bowl to Klaasen. Around the wicket, bowl to Klaasen. Klaasen is on the back foot and drive that one to the deep cover area. They go through for an easy single. The score moves on to 82 for 3. He moves on to 9. The cock is back on strike. He's on 30. The cock a very key man right here. He needs to bat through the innings to take South Africa home. He's on 30 from 23. The win predictor says South Africa has a 40% chance of winning and India 60%, of course. So it's the cock who will face the bowling of Jadeja. Is around the wicket, bowl to the cock, and the cock is on the back foot and driving that one, just falling short at the man at the deep mid wicket, and they get a single. That is all they'll get. A false stroke right there by Quinton de Kock. Lucky not to find the middle of the bat, or think it might have been a goner. So it is Klaasen that will come back on strike. It's Jadeja around the wicket to bowl to Klaasen. Klaasen is driving that one magnificently over the head for 6. And there was Jadeja just giving a little bit of flight. Klaasen on the front, driving that one dead straight over the head for 6. So the score moves on to 89 for 3. And Klaasen, the danger man to the spinners, he moves to 15. It's Jadeja who's going to come to bowl the fourth delivery of the 12th over to Henrik Klaasen, the powerfully built South African batsman. He's a very good striker of the ball. Jadeja, bowl to Klaasen, who's cutting that one to the deep point area. They go through for an easy single. The score moves on to 90 for 3. South Africa needs a further 87 from 56 balls. Jadeja is back to the top of his mark. It's the cock who is back on strike. He's on 31. So SO says South Africa can win this. Jadeja around the wicket, bowl to the cock who's just pushing that one into short mid-wicket area. They go through for 1. Will they come back through for the 2? Yes, very good running indeed. They're back for 2. So the cock moves on to 33. The score is on to 92 for 3 in over number 12 being bowled by Jadeja. So far, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 runs coming from over number 12. Being bowled by Jadeja. So it is the cock back and strike. The cock bowl to Jadeja's his back and just playing that one to the backward point area. They go through for a single. That is all they'll get. So it is 94 for 3 at the end of over number 12. At the over number 11, the cock is on 34. With him is Henrik Klaasen is on 15. So South Africa, they are playing very confidently indeed.
And
Let me
you see the
take some of
point I was making about that sub dismissal now, Andre. They got the 6 out of this over. What they did, they run hard for the rest of the over, and that's what stopped. That's the point I was making.
All right. So once you get the 6 early, you put the bowlers under pressure. There's no need to do anything stupid. Yes. So nicely done there. And Mikel is saying credit to the pitch curator. Yes. Credit indeed. And there is the cock. Kuldeep bowling that one a little bit wide, and his back is the cock and hitting that one for an easy single. Credit to the pitch curator for creating a very good pitch for this final. Very good pitch indeed. Making for a good spectacle. We're into the 12th over, being bowled by Kuldeep Yadav. It's 94 for 3. It's Kuldeep that will be bowling to Henrik Klaasen. It was a very good play of spin bowling. Henrik Klaasen faces the cock with his back, hitting that one to the short cover area. There's no run scored. Klaasen remains on 16 from 11. The cock is on 35 from 27. It's Kuldeep in his 3rd over, bowling over number 12. It's Klaasen that will take strike at deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, deep long on, deep long off, deep cover. It's Klaasen faces Kuldeep and he's back and hitting that one. It's high, it's hard, it's going over cover. What a magnificent shot by Henrik Klaasen. And there was Klaasen on the back foot and just hitting that one over cover for 6, bringing up the South African 100. Magnificent shot by Henrik Klaasen. He moves on to 22 from 12. India is under pressure here. Oh, what a magnificent shot. And there was Kuldeep just dropping that one short. And Kuldeep is hitting that one, swinging that one to the deep final area. They go through for 1 this time around. Klaasen moves on to 23. It's 101 for 3 in over number 12. 2 deliveries to come in over number 12. Klaasen is on 23 from 13 deliveries. And with him is the cock. He's back on strike. He's on 34. He will face the bowling of Kuldeep Yadav. It's going to be Kuldeep, top of his mark. Bowl to the cock, who just tabs that one into the one. He just to the short cover area. No runs scored. Kuldeep Yadav is going to come to bowl to the cock. He's on his way to bowl to the cock. On his bowl to the cock, and he's trying to cut that one. He misses altogether. No runs scored. So at the end of over number 12, it's 101 for 3. Kuldeep has so far bowled 3 overs, none for 24. It is the cock on 34. With him is Henrik Klaasen is on 22. And it is over to you, Carlton, to start over number 13.
Thank you very much, Andre. At this stage, definitely, as you see, win predictor have now switched around to have South Africa as the team that is more likely to win. It's 54 to 46 at that stage. But what a lovely shot it was by Klaasen. Off the back foot, it sat up outside the half stump and he hit it straight. That's real core strength. It was very much core strength. And Shirley Samuel is saying that South Africa will win if they continue to bat smart. I think so too. I definitely think at this stage that South Africa is in the driver's seat and it's left to see how India is going to respond, because only 76 now needed by South Africa from 48 deliveries. So it's very, very interesting as Arshdeep Singh comes into the attack to bowl his 3rd over. India looking wicket here. Down the leg side, whipped away by Klaasen to the man on the backward square leg boundary. Comes in, sends the return to the keeper. They got a single, 102 for 3. The cock comes in to strike. And Augustus Foster is saying 30 years from the date when Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa, I think in May 94. And now it's June. It's June. So 30 years and a month from the day that Nelson Mandela they have been known as the choker. But this match is really right now in the balance, and probably South Africa is just ahead. Just ahead. They need a further 75 runs to win. Ashdeep comes into Klaasen, and Klaasen hit this high in the air. He plays one of those Yadav shot for 6. Oh, it's the cock. Sorry. For a moment there I thought it was Klaasen, but it was the cock, and it one bounce for 4. And there you saw, I told you about the agitation. See the arm waving start. I told you the arm waving already start because India is now under pressure, and South Africa is doing this very, very well. Very well. The arm waving has started. What a shot by De Kock over fine leg for 6. That will push the score up now to 106. 106 for 3 in over number 13. As Ashdeep Singh comes in now to bowl to De Kock. He's in bowl to De Kock, and De Kock kick this away down to the man at the fine leg boundary, and he's out caught. Oh, they set him up lovely. A key wicket of De Kock gone there. Looking again to hit that one for 6. It's his favorite shot. He have scored so many runs off it, but they have oftentimes accounted for his dismissal. And a big blow made by India. Ashdeep Singh come back in, getting the wicket. And so the arm waving that, it never quite came out of the screw. I think it got the upper portion of the bat, and it goes to the fielder on the deep backward square leg boundary. And India happy again as South Africa have lost their 4th wicket needed. There is now 106. 106 for 4 as the dangerous De Kock goes, and Miller is telling De Kock that I'm going to bring this home. Don't worry about it. He's saying, well done, De Kock, but don't worry about it. I'm going to bring this home. Good confidence. I take that already. Andre, big wicket there by India.
Very, very big wicket by India. I mean, De Kock was batting so well, and he has been there from the start. So it's going to put some pressure now on Miller because he's going to be the new man coming. He's going to take some time to get settled. So it was a huge wicket. And as I said, the partnership between De Kock and Henry Klaasen was very, very critical because they're the 2 set batsmen. They're the batters who could probably take it home. But it is going to, I think the balance has been shifted a little somewhat to the Indians at this point in time. But let us see what will happen.
Yes, thank you very much. As David Miller now faces up now to Ashdeep Singh, who comes in bowl to Miller, and that one comes back sharp. They take him on the tie pad. And again, as a new batsman come, he will take some deliveries to second. So that is why it is very important that you pick up wickets here now. So I think the shot was on, but he probably never knew the fielder was in that position. I don't know, because he would have probably played it earlier if he knew that the fielder was in that position, but he probably wait on it later. And you can see the happiness in the Indians. Oh my God. Ball to Miller, and Miller just turned this away down to fine leg. So it's good that he's off the mark. That will give him a lot of confidence. And so 107 for 4. 1 to come in over number 13. 70 needed from 43 deliveries. This match is on. Yansu to come, Maharaj can hold a bat. Don't rule out Rabada. He can hit a few balls. And so Shamsi will not consider himself a rabbit. So this match is nicely poised with 70 needed from 43 deliveries. Good final we are having here. Very good final as he comes in now. Ashdeep bowl to Klaasen. Klaasen cut this away. Diving a foot by the man at cover. He cannot stop it. He'll go into the gap and they'll touch down and they'll come back for 2. So it's still 8 out of the over. Despite the wicket, there's still 8 out of the over. 109 now for 4. And the runs just continues to trickle down. It continues to trickle down. 109 for 4. Going to be a very, very interesting match. I'm beginning to enjoy this final now. I'm beginning to get involved in it now. I mean, earlier I think I was just doing a job. I was just doing I just carrying out my responsibility. Now I'm getting really involved because the match begins to get exciting, and this one is going to go right down to the wire. Absolutely. I expect that probably. Will they bring back Bumrah now? 7 overs to go. Are you saving Bumrah for 18 and 20? Or do you need to bring him back right now? 13 gone, 7 to go. Will you bring him back now? If Bumrah comes back and they get another breakthrough, what that will do for the Indian team. So it's going to be very interesting to see who should bowl. But I see that pan coming up to the stump, so clearly it's going to be a spinner. It's going to be Kuldeep to bowl his final over. He comes in bowl to Miller, and Miller clipped this through mid-wicket. They run hard for the first one. They touch down. They will come back for the second one, and they will get 2, so the score will move up now to Nelson for 4. So South Africa are on Nelson for 4 here now. So there are a lot of options available to Rohit Sharma, but he's in a match, and India knows that they are in a match now. Kuldeep comes in to bowl to Miller, and Miller just dabbed this away down to backward point. They have put in a slip for Miller, so they're probably working on something here, and just dab it down to backward point. Cannot get a run. The score remains on Nelson for 4. As South Africa now looking to win their first ever T20, not T20, World Cricket Global title. Kuldeep comes in, bowl to Miller, and he swept this away down to the man at square leg. They will get a single on the square leg boundary. One more to the total. They come off Nelson. They came off Nelson, 112 for 4. 112 for 4 as Klaasen comes in to strike. A good match here, and oh yes, I see Dwight is saying that. What Dwight is saying, let me read it. This is absolutely a lovely game for the finals of the tournament. Yes, it's indeed. It's indeed. As Kuldeep comes in now, bowl to Klaasen down the leg side. He tucked this away. They run hard for the first one. Will they come back for 2? Yes, the fielder cannot prevent it. Oh, yes, he did. It looks like it's Jadeja, and he prevented it. Well done, Jadeja. The score moves up now to 113 for 4. 2 to come in over. Thank you very much. 2 to come in over number 14. Kuldeep bowl to Miller, and Miller cut this away down towards the boundary. The fielder giving chase. He cannot get there. 4 lovely runs there by Miller. It was short outside the ash stump, and Kuldeep cut it away. Good shot there. Kuldeep have been expensive today. 39 from 3.5 overs, 117 for 4. So that was short, and Miller cut it away down towards the cover boundary for 4. The fielder on the sweeper boundary couldn't get across. It goes into the boundary. 4 more runs there. Kuldeep comes in, bowl to Miller, and Miller pulled this away down to mid-wicket, high over the ground, out of the ground, 6 runs. Oh, what a shot by Miller. That was short, and he pulled it away now. 123 for 4. Good shot there by Miller. That's the end of Kuldeep as we welcome back Andre. Andre, over to you, boss.
Yes, very exciting times ahead. So lovely shot, very, very good over there by the South Africans. Miller coming in and he's he has gotten the ground running pretty much. He's a very experienced player. He's a player who normally does well under pressure. So let us see how we and Klaasen will go about doing a repair job. How they will go about trying to win South Africa's first world title.
Yes, there must be time now for Bumrah. It must be Bumrah. It can't be any later. Bumrah must be coming back into the attack.
Yeah, because I don't think they're going to trust. I mean, Pandya will be targeted. As I said before, I think the target man will be Pandya. So it's going to be Axar Patel actually to bowl to Klaasen, who's hitting that one over the head for 4. Straight back, dead straight over the head, 4 runs. Henrik Klaasen seems to be a man on the go, seems to be a man really focused here. It's now 50 runs required from 35 deliveries. First delivery of over number 15 been bowled by Axar Patel. Hitting that one straight over the head. Bowl, wide delivery. He will have to bowl that once. 49 now from 35 deliveries. Patel in his final over. He's going to come to bowl again, to bowl to Klaasen. Bowl to Klaasen. Ooh, he's bowling that one. He's bowling wide once more. He's hiding delivery from Henrik Klaasen. It's now 48 from 35. And the pressure is telling on the Indian bowlers. Patel bowl to Klaasen is trying to cut and miss that one. Goes through to be taken by keeper Pant. No runs scored. It's 48 from 34 deliveries needed. Klaasen, he settles once more. He's going to face up to Patel. Both Patel is Klaasen is hitting that one high, hard over mid wicket into the. It's actually onto the top of the stadium for 6 runs. Magnificent shot there by Klaasen. So 42 now runs needed from 33 deliveries. And the South Africans are on the go. Going great gun is Henry Klaasen. Magnificent strike. 99 meters onto the top of the grandstand for 6 lovely runs. Klaasen settles. He waits on Patel once more. Patel bow to Klaasen. He's hitting that one high and hard. It's going. It's gone. 6 more. Magnificently done by Henry Klaasen. Klaasen is taking the attack to the Indians. It's now 36 that is needed from 32 deliveries. Henry Klaasen is taking a liking to the bowling of Axar Patel here. Shredding him to pieces. Some big shot indeed. 103 meters. And Rohit Sharma looked a very dejected man right there. Look at that face and look at that. Here is Miller hitting the bat. Saying, come on, Henrik. Here's Patel. He's going to come around the wicket to bowl to Klaasen, who is on fire here. Bowl onto Klaasen, who's driving that one magnificently. Ooh, that's magnificent shot through the covers for 4 more. Henry Klaasen is the man on fire. So 32 more is needed from 31 deliveries. South Africa doing it right here, doing it in fine style. Wow, this is a big over indeed from Henry Klaasen. Patel is going to come to bowl the final delivery. Bowl to, and he's driving that one outside the outer edge, go through for 1. They come back for 2. So it's now 30 needed from 30 deliveries. So just a runner ball. So that was a magnificent over from Henry Klaasen. One in which he has firmly put the match in the favor of the South Africans. So magnificent hitting there by Henry Klaasen. This is absolutely lovely game of the finals of. This is absolutely a lovely game for the finals of the tournament, say Chateau. Lovely indeed. And Henry Klaasen seems a very focused man on the go. India needs a wicket now. I think they need more than a wicket. Probably need 2 or 3 wickets very quickly. Why not Bumrah? I don't see Bumrah. I think Bumrah is the man to. They have to go back to Bumrah at this point in time. They must. They need that. They need at least 2 or 3 quick wickets right here. Aha. By India, says the king. Go South Africa, go, says Shirley. Yes, they're very much on the go, Shirley. Yeah. This is for Nelson Mandela. And there is it is Bumrah indeed back to into the attack. The single is taken, so 29 more runs needed from 29 deliveries. So an inside edge by Miller, down to the deep fine leg boundary for a single. So Henry Klaasen is back on strike. And there's Bumrah holding his head. It's 148 for 4 in the 16th over. Here's Bumrah. He's going to be on his way to bowl to Klaasen. He's on 49 from 22 deliveries. Pass umpire, bowl to Klaasen, who is just flicking that one to the deep mid-wicket area. They go through for 1. They come back through for 2. Really good running. And this is an excellent innings by Henry Klaasen. This is a magnificent innings from Henry Klaasen. He takes him to his 51. He's on a very good half century here by Henry Klaasen. So 50 up by Klaasen. Magnificent innings by Henry Klaasen. So it's 27 now needed from 28 deliveries. Really well played by Henry Klaasen. So it's going to be Bumrah. He's going to bowl to Klaasen, who settles his waist on. Klaasen is flicking that one. It's a loud appeal for LBW. I think that's going down the leg. That one will be missing leg. Rohit Sharma has his head on his head. So 27 needed from 27 deliveries. So as Bumrah goes back to the top of his mark. Definitely missing. Poor captaincy, says Dennis Barnaby. Here is Bumrah. He's going to bowl to Klaasen. Bowl to Klaasen was a full toss. Who dug that one out. Well bowled by Bumrah. No run scored, but it's still 27 from 26 ball. Match still firmly in the favor of the South Africans. 150 for 4 in over number 16, being bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. You can see the Indians are feeling the pressure. They know that they are really behind the 8th, the 9th, the 10th ball here. That over by Patel changed the entire complexion of the match. Here's Bumrah. He's going to bowl to Henry Klaasen. He passes the umpire now. Bowl to Klaasen. We'll just flick that one to the deep fine leg, the deep square leg area. They go through for 1. That is all they'll get. The score moves on to 151 for 4. South Africa needs a further 26 from 25 more balls. So there was a critical over, and one in which 24 runs coming from the over number 15 that changed the complexion of the match, of the finals. So it's going to be Jasprit Bumrah. Around the wicket is going to come to bowl to Miller, and Miller is driving that one to the short cover. No run scored. So at the end of over number 16, South Africa needs a further 26 runs to lift their first World Championship. It's over to you now, Carlton.
So Andre, at the end of 16 over 151, and so the South African must be very, very happy. They are jumping in the stand, Andre.
Oh yes, they're firmly in the driver's seat, and you could see the look of the all those dejected faces by the South Africa, by the Indian fielders, by the spectators. They know that they're more than likely they're gonna lose this one. So unless South Africa do something spectacular, do some of their really spectacular choking here, I don't see India coming back to claim this title.
If South Africa doesn't win from here, they will never win another World Cup in their history. South Africa should win from here. And Rodi Latu is saying waka waka haka haka. I think that's a chant from the rugby. Is the rugby, and not surprisingly, you see Pantier being injured. They are just slowing down the game. But however, I think that the South African team is experienced. They need 26 from 24 deliveries, and Yes, it was 24 that came off that over. Klaasen is dangerous against spin. And Arjun is saying, imagine at least 1.4 billion people supporting India. It's like life and death for India. It's a religion. I would have said it yesterday that hockey for generations, for hundreds of years, hockey was the number one sport in India. When they defeated West Indies in the 1983 Cricket World Cup final, cricket evolved. Over the next couple of years, cricket evolved to become a religion. It was popular before, but it then take on religious fervent. And for them to not to win a World Cup since 2011, they won the Champions Trophy in 2013. But you know that the Champions Trophy, it doesn't carry the same weight as a World Test Championship or the one-day World Cup or the T20 World Cup. It's a different mix. It doesn't carry it. And so they are definitely under pressure here. Deserving win for South Africa. It's about time to remind me of Amazon Warriors story. Well, they are not there yet, though, Rodi Latu, but still, I think that they should win from here. South Africa won a Champions Trophy, if memory serves me right. I can't remember that, though. I can't remember. So you could. So they're trying Pandya here. So Pandya, so Klaasen would welcome. I think they're going to go short to him. I think Pandya is going to try to bounce him out. So it's very good. It's going to be very interesting as Pandya comes in. Over the wicket to Klaasen. Klaasen flashes outside the half stump, misses through to the keeper. Hedge out, caught behind. Oh, it's a wide one, float up outside the half stump, and Klaasen flashes and misses, and there goes Klaasen, and is there yet a sting in the tail for the Indian? Is there yet a sting in the tail? He flashes at a wide one outside the half stump. It was float up there, and he flashes at it, got the edge, goes through to the keeper, and South Africa have lost their 5th wicket, and they need a further 26 runs to win from 24 deliveries, and it's just closing in. So Klaasen, after 52 from 27 deliveries, he goes to the pace. Good innings by him though. Dennis Barnaby saying that you're saying that the captain bring back Bumrah too late, but what a fantastic over it was from Bumrah. It was really a top class over, and it shows his class. Magnificent over. I don't see any other bowler in the world bowling that over. It's now the question is now, do you bring him back for the 18th over or the 19th over? If you leave him until the 20th over, the match might well be over. So Magana say, yes, we are close. Bumrah should have at least bowled 3 overs in the power play. Yes, Valerie is gone. Kush is saying, again choking. Let's see. Marco Jansen have come to the crease. The good thing about South Africa, you could say, except for in the semi-finals against Afghanistan, South Africa had to fight to win every match in this World Cup. I don't remember another one except for the semi-final. So it's left to be seen what will happen here. Here come Pandya, 26 needed from 23 deliveries. He's up, he's bowled to Klaasen, Klaasen drives down to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, as soon as I came back onto commentary, India got a wicket. So does India needs me to stay on commentary to win this match? It's going to be very, very interesting. As Klaasen look to drive that one off the up, and it goes through to the keeper. Probably now wishing he had leave that. I thought he had fired and missed it. So both Markram and Klaasen going in similar veins. So there's still a little fight here left in the total, in the tail for India. Pandya turns now. He runs in now to bowl to Jansen. He's up. Bowl to Jansen. Jansen cut this away down to the field and the cover bunch. It's nice that he gets off the mark. It's always good to keep it ticking over. 25 needed now from 21 deliveries. That's not an issue. That's just 1-4. So it's just 4 runs, 1-4, 1 boundary, and it will go back to a runner ball. So they're not going to be worried about that at this stage. A good innings from Klaasen, though, 52 from 27 deliveries. He again emphasized that spin cannot bowl to him. What a knock it was. But it will be pace from here now for India. It will be Pandya, it will be Bumrah, and it will be Arshdeep. So I think Pandya is going to bowl 1 more after this. So the next 3 overs will be bowled by Bumrah, Pandya, and Arshdeep. Now, it's going to be very interesting. Even the final, Kensington Oval is not full. Let's watch now. As bowled to Miller, and Miller turned this down to backward of square leg. He run the first one hard, looking for 2, but it's not on. And so it now 24 needed from 20 deliveries. Miller is the absolute key here for South Africa. We are in over number 17. As Miller, as Jansen come back, Marco Jansen comes into strike. The next batsman in is Maharaj. Maharaj can hit a few deliveries. You know, they are 4-6 away from victory. Can we ever remember the name now? Let's see now, as it's going to be Pandya. He's over the wicket, ball to Jansen. Jansen drives off the inner portion of the bat. It will go down to long on for a singer. So they keep ticking it over. Nothing wrong with this from South Africa. Both teams will think that a singer is in the balance. You know, both teams won't mind a singer. You know, what India don't want is a boundary, and what South Africa don't want is to lose a wicket. But once it's singles, both teams will think that it's in the balance, more or less. So both teams are comfortable with a single right now. But India want to prevent the boundary. South Africa want to prevent the wickets. But both teams are comfortable with singles right now. As Pandya, the final ball of over number 17, is coming in now to bowl to Miller. Is up. Bowl to Miller. Short, slow bouncer. Miller pull it away. down back with a square leg. They will get another single, and importantly, Miller will keep the strike. 23, 22 needed from 18 delivery. They better not choke, only a runabout. If they lose this one, definitely. If they lose this one, they will never win another World Cup. And Dwight Chattu is saying the only way that South Africa can lose is if they choke. I was totally correct when I indicated that Kohli batted too slowly for too long into the death. Well, everyone agree with that. Mr. Casanova is saying that, yeah, South Africa won a Champions Trophy in 1998. They did. So it's 155 for 5. And India is playing their card here. They think that if Bumrah get a wicket, especially Miller, and I think that the reason why Bumrah is bowling this over is because Miller on strike at the start of it. Maybe if Miller was not on strike at the start of it, they would not have bowled Bumrah. But they know if they can pick out Miller in this over, then just maybe then that they can have this victory. It's going to be very interesting. 155 for 5, 22 needed from 18 deliveries, and India is playing their trump card. He's round the wicket to Miller, and Miller is beaten outside the half stump. What a delivery. This man can bowl. It comes in with the hanger and then straight again, but it misses the half stump. This man is a gem. Look at that. It just seemed away from him, and Miller plays and misses outside the half stump. Bumrah, what a bowler is. This is a world-class bowler. Is there a better bowler than Bumrah in the game today? Wow, it's hard to imagine. He turns now. This is the trump card. This is the over. The match hinges on this. South Africa will be happy with 4 or 5 out of this over. Bowl to Miller, and Miller defends out into the offside, and there is no run. So to that delivery bowl so far, you still cannot allow him to bowl and made the over. It's very tight. 22 needed from 16. So that if South Africa get 4 or 5 or even 6 out of this over, they will be satisfied. 6 out of the over, they will need 16 from 2 overs, and they will expect to get that from the remaining bowlers. Let's watch now Bumrah as he comes in now to bowl to Miller. He's in bowl to Miller, and Miller drives off the back foot down towards the cover boundary. The fielder comes in. They will go through for a single. So 21 needed from 15. 156 the score moves up to. Marco Jansen comes in to strike. It's going to be very interesting now. Andre will join us at the end of this over. As we see now, as he's seconds now. This is Jansen. He's facing up to Bumrah. And there's nervous. This is a time when people bite fingernails. Very interesting match. South Africa, Steve Russell is saying that South Africa played well. Thank you for your comment, Steve Russell. As he comes in now to bowl to Jansen. Bumrah over the wicket to Jansen. And Jansen is bowled. He has no chance at all against Bumrah. The middle stump knocked back is bowled. He came on the front foot, and that one seems to go between bat and pad. I'm waiting on the replay. Lovely delivery there by Bumrah. Bumrah, I told you that this guy is probably the very best. Look at the replay. Jansen there, come forward between bat and pad. The leg stump knock back, that delivery jog back from a far way from outside the half stump, and Miller will have to win this for South Africa because Bumrah could finish it in this over. You have 2 deliveries to go, and let's see what will happen. Probably the left-handed Maharaj. He's gone for 2, and so will India come back here now? And did Klaasen just fire at a wide delivery and just open up that? Should he have probably just looked back and see what Pandey is doing? But maybe the shot was on again, and he will tell you that he didn't execute it, because if he had executed. But what a innings it was from Klaasen. Take nothing away from it. But Bumrah is just an absolute world-class bowler, and he's showing it again as he knocked back the leg stump of Johan Jansen there. So the new batsman is Maharaj. He bowled left arm spin and he bats right-handed. So going to be very, very interesting. So he comes at number 8, and they need to survive this over. Maybe now they are going to look at it and say, just let us survive this over and we'll get the 21 off the next 2 overs. Probably that's what they are saying. Harshdeep Singh is known to nail some Yorker, but he's also named to miss some full toss. Look how that ball came back. I told you that I watched Bumrah training at Kensington Oval, and what he was doing with the ball is absolute. It was absolutely out of this world. He gets the ball to jog back, he gets it to seam away. He comes in now to Maharaj. He's in bowl to Maharaj, and Maharaj plays this down to mid off, and there's no run, and he gives the thumbs up. He gives the thumbs up to David Miller. So what are over this? One run, one wicket. Is he going to go short now to Maharaj? Let's see what he will do. He comes in now. So Jansu believe he have the gate closed, but it just jogged back and came through the gate, and he stood no chance whatsoever there. As Bumrah comes in now to bowl to Maharaj, he bowls, and Maharaj plays this out into the offside. They go through for a quick single, 20 needed from 12 deliveries now. So 2 runs out of the over, 1 wicket. What a magnificent over that was by Bumrah, Andre.
Oh, Bumrah Bumrah is just top class. Really magnificent over, and that delivery to get rid of Jansen. It was just a great delivery. I mean, he has both 2 deliveries. One that got rid of Reza Hendrick and one to get rid of Jansen were peaches. Absolutely the best in the business at this point in time.
Yeah,
But it's going to be interesting now. I think that South Africa still has a bit of advantage, knowing that Bumrah is finished. So they still have the upper hand at this point in time. I'm not saying it will be easy, but I think that they still have the upper hand. And with Miller there, with all his experience, and Maharaj is still no rabbit either, so they still have the advantage.
Yeah. So most persons are saying that they are choking again. I do not think they are choking. This game seems to be going to a super over. Arjun Lachman. Wow, good prediction there. Go ahead, Andre, take it away.
Arshdeep bowled to Maharaj, and he was just playing that one defensively. It's now 20, needed from 11 deliveries. A very, very critical over is this. I think, Maharaj, he needs to get Miller on strike. It's Arshdeep at the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Maharaj. The crowd looking very, very pensive. Everybody's on edge right here. Arshdeep at the top of his mark. He's going to come to bowl to Maharaj. Rabada already has his helmet on in the dressing room. Maharaj looks around the ground once more. A long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg. Arshdeep is on his way to bowl to Maharaj, and Maharaj is trying to cut that one. He misses, goes through to the keeper. 20 from 10 deliveries. Things getting very sticky here for the South Africans. Carlton. Really well bowled there by Arshdeep Singh. Cuts and missed by Maharaj. So Arshdeep is back to the top of his mark. Rohit Sharma saying, just settle things down. Just, trying to keep the guys very calm. Arshdeep is going to be on his way. He's going to come to bowl to Maharaj. He ups and bowl to Maharaj, and Maharaj is swinging that one in the deep mid-wicket area that goes through for a single. That is all they'll get. So Miller comes on strike. He's a key man right here. He's a pivotal man. He needs to see South Africa home right here. He's going to be very, very critical. He needs a boundary or 2 here. So he does a bit of gardening right here. 19 to get from 9 deliveries. Miller, he settles. Rohit Sharma is having a talk with his bowler, Arshdeep Singh. Miller, he looks around the ground, trying to compose himself. So it's going to be Arshdeep. He's going to come to bowl to David Miller. David Miller is going to look around the ground once more. He settles. They're taking a bit of time right here to get the field right. So there's a short third man, a short fine leg ball to Miller, who is swinging that one to the deep square leg area. They go through for one, they'll come back through for two. So the score moves on to 160 for 6. So 17 more needed from 8 deliveries. And Miller knows that he needs to get a boundary to make things much easier for him. So it's going to be Arshdeep has 2 deliveries to come in over number 19. We're definitely going to the final over, and what a cracking final it has been. Arshdeep is coming on his way to bowl to Miller. Slow delivery and well bowl, a Yorker length delivery ducked out by Miller, and all he could get is a single to the man at the deep square leg boundary. They go through for a single, 16 to get from 7 deliveries. Really excellent over here by Arshdeep Singh. So 1 delivery to coming over number 19. So Miller is having a talk with Maharaj here. He's probably telling him that you need to go for a boundary. I mean, whether you get out or not, it doesn't matter because I will have strike here. So Maharaj need to try and get a boundary off this final delivery. He settles. He waits on Arshdeep Singh. Arshdeep Singh is on his way to bowl to Maharaj. Well bowled, very well bowled Yorker. All he could do is to dig it out right back to the bowl. An excellent, excellent spell of bowling by Arshdeep Singh. So South Africa needs 16 to get from the last over of the tournament. Carlton, how do you see this one going? Carlton? You're not hearing. This game seems to be going down to the super over. So 16 required from 6 more deliveries. So it's going to be David Miller who's trying to be the hero for South Africa here. It's going to be Pandya who will bowl the final over. He's going to bowl to David Miller. So it's going to be Miller. Still waiting on the feed. I think India is happy. Yes, I think they'll be the happy of the two teams. We know it's still not over. South Africa can still win this match. So still waiting on the feed to get back up. I don't know what's taking so long. Pandya is going to come to bowl to Miller. On his way, bowl to Miller. When Miller is hitting that one, it's high, it's hard, it's going, it's gone. Oh, that's a magnificent catch. What a magnificent catch there by Yadav. That might have won the game for India. What a super catch that was. Wow. That was indeed a spectacular catch by Yadav. They're still waiting. They're not quite so sure. They have gone for the review. They've gone for the review. Let us see if the catch is cleanly taken. It seemed to have been well. It seemed to be a clean catch. Oh, that was very well done. That was magnificent by Yadav. That might just have won the game for and the trophy for India. That was brilliantly done by Surya Kumar Yadav. He's gone. He's a goner. That was well caught. Wow. And South Africans once more seem that they are going to.
That was an absolute magnificent catch there, Andre.
Yeah, that was top draw. That was really. I think that's the decider. That is what I mean. That decide. I think that's what decided the championship.
You know, South Africa really choke. You know, they need 26 from 27 deliveries, and they really just gave it away. You know, they will never win another world championship.
No, they'll never get over this one. Oh my word. Huh? You know, Henry Klaasen, I thought that he should not have given his wicket away like that. Wow. They have perfected the art of choking in South Africa. Here is bold to, and here is driving is Rabada for 4. So 12 more runs needed from 4 deliveries, and there was Rabada's driving. It came off the outer edge of the bat, went into boundary for 4. So 12 needed from 4 deliveries. You need to get 3 more of those. So 12 needed from 4 deliveries. Yes, Kagisa Rabada is gonna come. He's gonna face the bowling of Pandya. Rohit Sharma is taking his time. He's talking to his bowler. There's a long on, a long off. Pandya at the top of his mark. He's gonna come to bowl to Rabada. Rabada settles. He waits on Pandya. Waits. He's driving and missing that one. They go through for a bye. That is all they'll get. So 11 needed from 3 deliveries. 11 needed from 3 deliveries. Maharaj is back on strike. So Pandya, the man given the job to try and win this for India. 11 needed from 3 deliveries. Pandya is going to come to bowl to Maharaj. Maharaj is just surveying his field a little bit. He's deep into his crease. Is Maharaj. He waits on. Oh, that's very well bowled indeed by Pandya. They go through for a leg by. So 10 needed for victory. It's either a 6 and a 4 that's needed. And South Africa, I think they're going to lose this one. Wow. So India pulled off a miracle here at Bridgetown. So 10 runs needed. Still can win, but I think it's pretty hard here. It's very, very difficult from here on. It's going to be Hardik Pandya. He's gonna bowl to Maharaj. He's on his way to bowl to Rabada. It's a wide delivery bowl. So 9 needed from 2 deliveries. Wide delivery by Hardik Pandya. Two boundaries can still take it to a super over. And there's Rohit Sharma still cheering on his bowler. 9 needed from 2 deliveries. Kagisa Rabada is going to face the bowling of Hardik Pandya. Kagisa Rabada can be a hero for South Africa. Let's see. There's a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, a deep cover, a deep third man. There's no man on the fan leg boundary. So the idea is to keep it out there. Kagisa Rabada, he settles on weights, bowl to Pandya. And Rabada is driving his court. And that is that. And that's the end of it. And that's the end of the. So India has pretty much, not quite so. There's still 1 delivery to go. So as long as there's no ball, India will be winning its second T20 title. And there was Kagisa Rabada driving that one straight to the man at the long off boundary. Catch taken. And India.
Oh, when one look at it, how South Africa lose from here?
Oh, my word,
It's a mystery. It's a mystery how South Africa lose. I just cannot understand, how they lose from here. Klaasen out. When Klaasen were batting, they needed 26 runs. 26 runs when Klaasen was batting.
Yeah.
From 26 deliveries. Yes. From 24 deliveries. You need 26 runs from 24 deliveries, and you lose from there. This team is really, as everyone said, is the perennial chokers. They will never ever win another world championship.
I don't know. And Henry Klaasen must be kicking himself. I saw him with a towel over his head. I don't think he'll ever sleep. Henry Klaasen will not sleep, Carlton, for many a nights to come. I don't think he'll ever forgive himself.
Yeah. Yes, and Arjun Lachman, thank you. Yes, it was great commentary from you guys. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Lachman.
Final rights. And there is Nokia swinging that to the mid-wicket boundary. Just a single. And India have won their second T20 World Championship. They had to dig real deep. But South Africa, the perennial chokers, have managed to do their thing once more.
Yes. So only South Africa could choke from that position.
Only South Africa could choke from such a position.
Yeah, Morgana is saying that we did everything to lose this game. We done India. It is the biggest chokers in cricket. Of course, Mr. Casanova, we now prove it that South Africa is the biggest chokers in cricket. And I wonder what those South African journalists is always talking about. West Indies don't qualify to the World Cup and blah, blah, blah. And how disappointed are you? I wonder how disappointed they are now. They'll have this, as somebody said, this is speechless. I'm disappointed that South Africa lose. I'm definitely, because at the innings break, I said I'm going with South Africa to win. Yeah. When I look at everything, I did say so. So I'm disappointed that I got it wrong. But congratulations to India. They have done everything, India. Everything that money can do, everything that influence can do. And on the field, they came out because South Africa, the perennial chokers, have them at their mercy and gave it to them. Andre, what can be said about South Africa?
I'm really lost for words here. I'm really lost for words. With Klaasen and Miller at crease, needing a run a ball, all they had to do was to knock it around. The bad ball would have come. Because you knew that Bumrah had 1 more to go. Arship had 1 more to go. So just bide your time. That's all you needed to do, was just bide the time. And they managed. I remember the game against the World Cup semi-final against Australia, when it was Klaasen and Donald, when they managed to tie the game and they got knocked out. But I think this is worse than that game. This is worse than that semi-final game.
Yes, and so Dean the man is a world champion chokers. Oh,
Yes,
they are
yes,
the champion of
yeah, yeah. World
they are the
champion
world
chokers.
champion. Yes, and we shouldn't in light of this, while we are here talking about that South Africa choke, we must not forget to congratulate India
India.
on a
Well played,
marvelous
India.
tournament.
Yes. And I thought that
Yeah.
was I thought it was great captaincy on the part of Bumrah, especially how he manages bowling at the back part of the South African innings. It was really great captaincy. So really well done to Captain Sharma and the entire Indian team.
Jamur Small is asking how South Africa lose this game. It is psychological. It is psychological. Jamur Small, because having needed 26 from 24 deliveries with 5 wickets in and Klaasen, and with 6 wickets in hand, that is Klaasen and Miller looking well set, and they conspire. They conspire to throw the game away. I do not think this is something that psychologists need to study, Andre. Definitely, because you cannot imagine it.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know. I've never seen another team in world sport that has choked as much as South Africa has done. They need to see, as I said, they need to study them because they do it time and time again. And I don't know how they're gonna get over this one. I really don't know how they ever get over this one because
But
the
the
match was an
champion is
upsetter for them.
finally India flex their muscle. Do I glad to have you here, man. What's your input? What's your just let me read a few comments and come to you. Finally, India flex their muscle. How can someone congratulations to India. So much close matches. South Africa won finally caught up to them. But this is a question I want to ask. 26 Kush is saying 30 from 30 with Miller and Klaasen well set, but it was fewer than that. It was 26 from 24 with Klaasen and Miller well set. How South Africa conspired to lose this match, Dwight?
In all of these games, in all the analysis that we have done, everything that we have presented, you'll hear people like me talk about the importance of boundaries. And you saw South Africa ticking off the box. You'll hear the whole thing about recovering from early losses and preserving the wicket. You see South Africa ticking off the box. But there's always one thing we cannot account for. It's the mental side of the game. And South Africa just doesn't have the mental capacity to win these tournaments. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The match was there absolutely for the taking, and they just similarly in the semifinals in the last group match they played against with the West Indies, you could see that team tightening up towards the end. It's almost as if they lost the belief that they could go in and take it. They weren't confident again, and once Bumrah went in and got that wicket, that was it. He basically set the cat among the pigeons, and it was curtains to South Africa after that.
Yes, and the point there, Mr. Casanova, have on the screen, it is something that I don't know about the Jamaica city where the fans were dissing us, but he said so. That was his experience. That was not mine. I don't know about it. But what I do know about it, that South African journalists tend to rub this point in almost every time. You hear them talking to Sammy, and you hear them talking to Powell. They prelude their question by saying West Indies did not qualify for the World Cup. But Mr. Casanova is saying that not qualifying for the World Cup, choking is worse than not qualifying. Do you think so, Andre?
That's a very, very interesting question, that is. I mean, nobody would not want to not qualify for the World Cup. But choking, not just on one or two occasions, but doing so, that is not a tag that you want to have at all. Because although West Indies have missed out on the World Cup, we have the time we have made it to World Cup finals. We have won 5 out of 8 finals. So West Indies have a very good record. And once West Indies go to semi-finals or the finals, we normally do very well. So we cannot, South Africa cannot size up against us in that regard. So South Africa should really go take us some seats back and relax about that, because they have no authority to speak to us regarding entering World Cup and choking. They are the champions of choking.
Yeah, go ahead, Dwight. I see you want to say something.
I think Andre is just being very, very polite and very politically correct. It is absolutely worse for you not to be able to win a world championship rather than for you to come out and say, well, I failed to qualify for the World Cup. We have seen Italy fail to qualify for the World Cup, but Italy's heritage and Italy's history as a footballing nation is rich because they have won. And similarly with the West Indies, even in this version, the T20, I heard somebody once pulling out the stats and they were trying to compare South Africa to the West Indies. And they have said, oh, South Africa has lost a lot fewer T20 games than the West Indies, and the West Indies is a team that loses more in T20. And I found it unfortunate because when you look at the West Indies record of how well we do once we get to the semifinals, how many times and how many times we have gotten to the finals and what we have won, I mean, there's absolutely no comparison. This team needs to be able to get over the hump. They need to be able not just to look good early in tournaments, and we saw that in ODI tournaments. We have seen that here in this T20 World Cup. They don't only need to look good early in tournaments. They need to be able to finish.
The only reason why we play the game or any game, whether it's football or cricket, is to win world title. That is like the pinnacle. So it doesn't matter how many what they call it bilateral series that one should lose. It's all about winning world titles, and that is the pinnacle of it, Andre. Right?
Absolutely. You know, if you no matter how many finals you go into, no matter how many semi-finals you go, no one remembers you for going to finals or semi-finals. They remember you for winning titles. All right. So South Africa never won a title. No one remember them because they've never won any. Simple as that.
Yeah. Dwight. Tell what Bumrah. What a fantastic bowler is. Have you ever seen a better bowler than Bumrah operating in T20 cricket with the white ball?
The short answer to that is no. Before this match, I believe, and Andre can correct me, I believe he had an economy rate of 4 point something coming into this finals. And it's not just his economy rate, it's the freedom with which Sharma has to throw him the ball and say to him, make it happen. And in every phase of the game, when Bumrah is required to do something, he's required to do something early in the game, he's oftentimes required to come back late in the game and do something. He responds with wickets. He's an absolutely amazing bowler and the very best at this craft that I've ever seen.
Yes. And Andre would have spoken about it earlier, but I want to ask you, Dwight. Andre's son Mikel is saying that this is the biggest stroke job ever. Where do you rate this one among all of those choking that we have seen from South Africa in the past?
Oh my. I think this one has to be right up there. I personally still
Is it first or second, especially the one against Australia? Do you think the one against Australia was bigger?
I'm ranking it. I think the Lance Klaasen choke was the biggest one. For me personally, I've just never seen anything as ridiculous as that. I think the Lance Klaasen choke job was the worst one, that one against Australia. But this one, for me, comes in second. For me personally, this one comes in second.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Andre, I'm just sticking with Dwight a bit here because of this next question, and then you can react to what Dwight said. This comment. MJ saying, because this is Dwight claimed to be an expert in this field, you know. I don't know where he get the expertise from. I mean, a number of his theory have a lot of hole in it, but since he claimed to be an expert in this field, he said the cock was playing the anchor role, but unlike Kohli, he went on the attack too soon. Do you agree with that, Dwight?
Absolutely not. I thought it was unfortunate when he lost his wicket to the type of shot that he lost his wicket to. But at the end of the day, where South Africa was positioned, they were positioned to win the game. All right. As you kept saying, you had Klaasen and Miller at the wicket with around 30 runs to get from 30 balls. Or in your case, you said 26 from 24. There's no way you can turn around and then blame the cock for them messing it up at that point in time. And I believe that they had only lost 4 wickets at that point in time. So there's no way I could blame the Cox. I thought that the Cox innings was actually a very good innings. I thought that they lost 2 wickets early. I thought the Cox was really essential in them coming back into the game without further wicket loss. And you could see us looking and shaking our heads and saying, this is a really good knot. This is a really good innings. And then he did what needed to be done. They needed to up the run rate at a critical point, and they did that. And it was unfortunate that he got out to the shot that he got out to. But nonetheless, he did what he was supposed to do. And it was just a mess up job from the other guys in the team. That's my position on it.
Andre, did India outfox the Cock? Did the fielder move when the bowler was running in? And was the fielder started a little squarer? But by the time Arshdeep got to the delivery, he would have moved 10 meters to his left. And the Cock thought that it was safe. What was there an issue there? Should the umpire have called no ball?
Honestly, I'm not so sure, because I'm not so sure what took place. I can't recall what actually took place there. So, but what I'm going to say though, I think I wouldn't blame the Cock though for getting out at the point that he got out, because it's against a run of play. He was going pretty well. He just hit a 4 before. He was going pretty well. So I wouldn't want to blame the Cock, because South Africa, they're very much still in the game at that point in time. You know, Miller and Klaasen played pretty well.
But Andre, I'm not blaming the Cock. I'm wondering if he was outfoxed, that the umpires were outfoxed and E2 was outfoxed. Did the fielder on the backward square leg boundary move to his left about 10 meters after the bowler started running up? My understanding, it should have been called no ball. And if otherwise, the Cock would have played that ball earlier because he thought that the fielder was a little squarer. I was saying that was some outfoxing going there. That's what I'm asking.
Outfoxing, or more likely, well, so I'd want to probably think that it is some blame then should go on the part of the umpire, because they're the ones that are supposed to ensure that none of this sort of thing takes place, right? Because when you look at the Cock, he looked a little bit bemused, because he's saying, how is it that the man probably it was there? So in that sense, you could say that it might have been an error on the part of the umpire not to call no ball because of the movement of the fielder at fine leg.
Dwight, outfoxed or just unlucky?
I think he was just unlucky, to be honest. I think outfox is too strong a word. I think he was just unlucky in how he got out.
Okay. Brian Moore is saying that it really went Pandya, and again I'm saying that I'm not using that word. I prefer to call him Pandya because I'm not sure and I will never know. So I'm not using that word. Was that the turning point when Klaasen got out, or even when Klaasen got out with 26 needed from 23 deliveries? South Africa should have still won that match.
Point was the Bumrah over. When Bumrah came back and bowled that over, got rid of Jansen, that was, to me, was a turning point. That is when the pressure was really applied, and it was down to Miller, and Miller succumbed. So the turning point to me was the Bumrah over to Jansen.
Yeah, do you agree with that, Dwight?
100%.
All right, good.
We looked at that game. We're just looking at the numbers, and we're saying, man, even if India should just get a wicket and get out Klaasen, it takes a lot more to come from where South Africa is right now for India to win this game, because the position that South Africa had was just so dominant. Wickets in the bag, everything in their favor.
We seem to have lost Dwight there. A minute, Dwight. We're not hearing Dwight. Andre, when Dwight come back, we will welcome him. But we're not hearing Dwight. Dwight, if you're hearing us, as soon as you come back, you may come in. Does South Africa remind you of some West Indies team that have talked in the past?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are hearing you now, Dwight. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm saying, in that over, not only did he give up very few runs, but he did what he needed to do, was that he got the wicket. And right there, you could see the confidence shaken from the South Africans. They started to worry. They started to panic. They thought to themselves, oh, what we'll chances are do is that we'll chances are play up Bumrah and try to get it in the other over. And then the killer in the other over in terms of going and getting Jansen, that was just absolutely amazing. And from then on, they just froze. They froze like a deer in a headlight. There's no other way to describe it. So I agree with Andre totally. That Bumrah over was a turning point, but the follow-up over after that was just absolute.
Yeah, I want to give Rohit Sharma credit for bowling Bumrah that 18th over. I just never knew that he would have gone to Bumrah for the 18th over. I expect him to bowl either 19 or 20th, but he went for the 18th over. He went for the kill. He got the wicket of Jansen, conceded only 2 runs from that 18th over. And from there on, as you said, as both of you agree, it knocked the stuffing out of South Africa. Going forward, what do you see for the South Africa team? Do you expect this is the end of players like David Miller for the national team or so on? How can South Africa ever come back and win another world tournament, Andre?
Very good question. Wow, that's a very good one because, well, let me answer. I think that this might be the end for someone like even De Kock, because to me, De Kock sometimes looks a bit disinterested at some point in time, and he retired from Test cricket, retired from ODI cricket. So I'm thinking that even this might be the end for De Kock in terms of the T20 career. As for Miller, I think probably he might still go on a bit further. But having said that, though, I think that Markham, I have him as a very good captain. I think he's a very good captain. I think he's a very good thinker of the game. And they still have a few young players, the likes of Stubbs and some others who didn't play. So I think that with Markham, they can mold some younger players. And Markham is the only, well, he won it for South Africa at the under 19 level. So it is hope that he will come and try to mold some youngsters to see if they can finally get over that hump.
Yes. Thank you very much, Andre. Dwight, finally, your comments on the match overall and the tournament overall?
I personally, you can hear me?
Yes, man, we are hearing you.
I personally thought that this was an excellent T20 game to cap off what I thought was a really, really good T20 tournament. As I said at the start, I thought that we had the 2 best teams in the finals. We had the gritty and tough South Africans, but we also had the most adaptable side to conditions and could adjust. I think what you said about Sharma was spot on. Just absolutely great captaincy, and the courage that he showed was remarkable. So I thought that this finals was really good. I thought that the game was really good. And congratulations to India 100%. They deserved it. They truly deserved it in pulling this off.
Andre?
Yes, I thought it was a very intriguing tournament. It's like a tournament where we saw a lot of score over the 200 runs being made, right? It's one in which the batters had to apply themselves a great deal more than previous tournaments we have seen. South Africa played some great cricket. They won some tight games. India played also some magnificent cricket. So overall, I thought that it was a very, very competitive tournament. Good balance between bat and ball, and it made for some very exciting games. India managed to pull off a thriller here at Barbados. Great tournament. Well done to the organizers in that regard.
Gentlemen, I want to ask you a question that before the World Cup, it was really a hotly debated topic in Jamaica. We have seen the World Cup. We have seen the crowd. All 3 of us, especially Dwight and I, because we are living here in Jamaica, would have loved to go to World Cup matches at Sabina Park. The government of Jamaica did not bid for any match for this World Cup. Now, the big talk at the time would be that we are missing an opportunity to put it mildly, not bidding for the World Cup, the country is going to miss out on a financial windfall. Now that we have seen the World Cup, put the put the fact aside that I want to see the Sabina Park develop. I want to go to World Cup matches at home. What do you think this World Cup was a financial windfall for any of the countries who invested millions of US dollars in it? You who want to go first? Go ahead first, Andre. Let me hear you.
Well, all right. What I would say is that I think some countries have been disappointed based on the package that they receive in terms of the matches. With it, I think the likes of Guyana, and when I look at Guyana and say Trinidad, they would not have gotten some, apart from West Indies matches, which were not as great attended. Some of those two countries in particular would not have seen a great deal in terms of visitors coming to the country. On the other hand, I think the likes of Antigua and Barbados and St. Lucia, I thought that they managed to would have gotten quite a number of visitors and would have actually benefited a great deal. When I heard a spokesman from Barbados saying yesterday that they had over 39,000 visitors up to yesterday. That was before the finals. So I would say that the likes of Barbados and Antigua would have benefited. But overall, I don't think that you see a great benefit to all the countries that actually bid to host the World Cup. So I think I would say it's a mixed bag. And with the
No,
World Cup being shared between,
I'm talking for us as a Jamaican nation singularly. Did
yeah,
Jamaica miss out on a windfall, a financial windfall?
but it's kind of hard to tell, you know why it's hard to tell? Because I don't know the sort of package that would have gotten, because the sort of package would probably dictate whether how successful financially it would have been for us. So it's kind of difficult in that sense, because the package
I,
that would the amount you'd get in terms of revenue based on what I
I Dwight Andre is talking about the package, but I think we can deduce certain things. There's 55 matches. We were never going to get the England match because you and I know that England said that they're not playing in Jamaica. So we're never going to get the England matches. India was always going to play in the United States. It's 55 matches, 12 matches to the United States. The 43 matches, which was divided among 6 nations in the West Indies, would have now been divided in among 7 nations. That means the pie of the cake would have gotten smaller for all of the nations. And I think I told you, Dwight, that before Dominica comes out, and Dominica was nudged. My understanding is that Dominica was nudged to come out because they just couldn't fit in any package when it is 7 countries. So it's a good thing that Jamaica was not there. Did Jamaica miss a financial windfall, Dwight Chatu?
Um, I try to stay away from this topic because I try to stay away from this topic because I know it gets political very, very quickly. All right. But if we're talking just on the sheer numbers and based on what we have seen,
Yeah, yes, Dwight. That's why we
I
put
know,
out.
I know, Carlton, I know. The truth is, I do not believe that there was a financial pitfall in the back for Jamaica. And I think the people who sat down and worked it out saw that there was not a financial windfall that would be coming through this. Most of the money that's going to be made from this will be made from the ICC based on the broadcast rights. And the number of people that people expected to come to these games, we saw the game, we did not see sellout stadiums, we did not see that. And it would have been a situation where the governments of these countries would have put in a lot in terms of infrastructure and invested a lot, and they would not have found that they would have gotten a strong return. Most of them, I mean, we always knew what would happen in terms of England getting the group that's located in Barbados. We always knew that India and Pakistan were going to the United States. So it was always a situation where the rest would just struggle to be able to make real money from this World Cup.
I thank you very much, gentlemen. I know that there'll be a lot more to come on this, as we look forward now to West Indies tour of England, which start a week from Wednesday with the first test match. And now that I have both of you here, gentlemen, I know that the World Cup, congratulations to India. Now that I have both of you here, gentlemen, was it the right choice to replace Kemar Roach with Jeremiah Louis? Go first, Dwight, on this one.
If it was, I'm wondering whether or not you got the question right. I mean, Kemar Roach is injured. So I guess the question is whether or not Jamal Louis was the next man up, as opposed to, I mean, the only other player that I saw was competing with for that spot was Mr. Black out of Trinidad. And Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Black?
Mr. Phillips, sorry, Mr. Phillips.
Oh,
out of
yes.
Sorry about that. Oh, why is Marlon Black in my head? Out of Trinidad. And I thought, given the season that Louis had, I thought that he had presented a stronger resume than Phillips, in my opinion. So I agree with the choice to go with Louis to go to England.
And Andre, we saw where Anderson Phillip is running in hard this year. Definitely bowling faster than Jeremiah Louis. Look how much energized bowler. And you can see the determination. Was Jeremiah Louis the correct choice? Or should we have gone with Anderson Phillip? Or we should have just drafted someone like Isaiah Thorne, who is already named as a understudy or as a development player. What are your thoughts on Jeremiah Louis' selection?
I mean, I think it's a fair selection. Jeremiah Louis, he can swing the ball, and he's not express pace, but he's the one who can swing the ball, and I think that they probably look at him as a good, it's a horses for courses sort of selection, that he might be very much suited even than a faster bowler like Philip in English conditions. So my thinking probably is that they're looking at horses for courses. He might be better suited in the English condition than, say, a Philip, because Louis does swing the ball a great deal. So, I don't have an issue with this selection.
Okay. Does West Indies have a chance in England? I know we're going to do a preview on this at a later date and so on, but I'm just asking you right now because you guys are here. Does West Indies have a chance, any at all, in England?
From the perspective of our bowling and the ability of our bowlers to
to overall matches, do we have a chance to compete any at all in India? Our bowling is exciting. There's no doubt about that. The two, Joseph, Moti, Jaden Seals, exciting four. Those four for me is very, very exciting. But do we have a chance to compete against England in India? Sorry.
Carlton, I know the question. I'm answering it. So I'm saying, from the point of view of the bowling and us being able to put the England's batting under pressure, we have a looking. But when you look at the setup for batting, I think overall the team, I don't expect this team to compete strongly. I think there are issues with the middle order that needs to be solved on, unless we see real surprises in terms of the playoffs. Someone like Hodge and our fellow here, his name is eluding me right now, who normally bats at 3. I don't expect us to be able to pose the sort of challenge that we'll need to pose to be able to beat England. That's just my position.
Andre, can we compete? Can we compete in England?
I think it's going to be more challenging than the Australian tour. Now, the reason for me saying that is that in Australian conditions, the ball doesn't swing as much as in English conditions. I think in England, especially, the ball will do a lot more. As much as they have the Australians have a great pace attack, we are more suited for that sort of condition where the batting is concerned. But in English conditions, where most of these guys have very little or no experience, I think they will have a lot of difficulty facing the English bowlers. So I think that we won't compete as well as we did in Australia.
Okay. And just to go, I saw where Kush is saying that Kohli retired, but the news I'm getting, Kush, is that he said that this is his last T20 international, his last T20 World Cup. I'm not hearing that he retired. He would have just said that this is his last T20 World Cup. No, so thank you very much, gentlemen, and we will look at the England series in more detail in the coming days, as we are probably just 10 days away from the first test match. It was a pleasure having you. It was a pleasure with all of you joining in the community and being here with us. Please remember to slash a like on the video and share. And Dwight have a YouTube channel. And Dwight, you must tell us about it so that the communities can subscribe to your channel. All the best, everyone. Have a great evening. God bless you. Take care of yourself. Take care of your loved ones. See you tomorrow morning.